I'm kind of proud of my Discord notification message today. I think it's kind of, I think that was pretty humorous, personally. Personally, I think that was quite humorous. Yo, what's up, RTK? Congrats on 1.5K. Yo, thank you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate the support, and I'm glad that people seem to enjoy that Silver Palace video, which I guess pushed us over. So I'm glad people liked it. Now do the twinkle twinkle. I can't do that, dude. I can't do that voice. Slop him up. Thanks, Lich. What's up, Chaos? What's up, Ghost? Muted? I'm muted? Or you mean the game? Sorry, I am tabbed out of the game, if that's what you meant. I'm not muted, I just heard myself. The game is muted because I have this on. And I'll turn this off for now, but we're just gonna do we're gonna spend some energy and do a couple things, then we'll jump right into the video, because I think it's gonna take a long time, because it's a 44-minute video, so we're probably gonna be here for the next few days, rough estimate. But it's a very interesting topic that I think warrants a lot of discussion. What's up, Hippo? So I'm kind of excited actually to get into it. I missed this when this was happening a couple weeks ago. We did watch the Gacha Smack video, but I kind of didn't know there was like this larger attention towards it. So like Fodmaster talked about it, and apparently other people talked about it. But like, so I think I'm kind of interested more in this topic. Now we can get into it. Congrats, thanks Iron Hand. Great week for Arknights. Finally got the PC client for original. It's fantastic. Yo, I was gonna say congratulations to the Arknights enjoyers for the PC client. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm happy for you guys. That sounds awesome. Is there anything specific about the client that's great, or does it just kind of work? Does it just work really well on PC and just kind of smooth launch? Ready to slop it up? Yo, pound it. Thank you. Ready to slop it up today? Come ready for slopping? Sounded kind of weird, but you know what I mean. A consistent streamer is consistently growing. Congrats on 1.5K. Yo, thank you. Thank you everybody for the congratulations. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support as always. I'm very, grateful that people are like enjoying the videos and the streams and stuff, and I appreciate it. So let's keep up this momentum, just keep it up. I'm gonna keep trying and making like valuable content, you know what I'm saying? It's like you went from 320p to 4K, works great. Oh, okay. Oh, 120 FPS and keybinds, etc. Oh, nice. Okay, that sounds awesome. That sounds really awesome. I mean, yeah, I guess going from exclusively playing on mobile to this, to like a dedicated PC client. When I tried Arknights, I did play it on PC through like the Google Play Store on PC, but it's still technically like the mobile version, right? So, but yeah, that sounds awesome. Are you doing the survey live? We might save the survey for tomorrow's stream. We might do that tomorrow because I'm kind of excited to talk about this topic today, and I do think it's going to take a long time for some reason. I'm a little prepared for it to like take a while. Assemble? Slop enjoyers assemble? It is, guys, it is gonna be Giga Slop, because there's gonna be 3 face cams on the stream when we start this video. So, I was thinking of I was thinking of either, you know, going and editing and repackaging like the stream react into a YouTube video, or perhaps even just writing like a dedicated script for the topic. And I might end up just writing a script for it, because I think it's actually like, there's so much nuance and there's so many details to consider, just from what I've already kind of been thinking about, that it's like really hard to hit everything without a script, without sitting down to like write out all the ideas. So, but this is going to be kind of like, we're going to like get all the, you know, that's why I also encourage during the video for people to give their thoughts, because I want to like consider all the different viewpoints and angles and stuff. And it's kind of be like a learning stream, I guess, as well. HD feet in Arknights. That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. Oh, instant load times? No. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Dude, I imagine taking a game that's been optimized for mobile for 7 years and then putting it on like PC. Like, I imagine it just runs like just butter. I imagine it's just like super smooth. PC client is way faster and smoother than emulators and doesn't crash 1 hour into your IS run and make you lose. Nice. 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 This is a survey, right? We have like a week, like 6 days. Two days streaming in a row? Yeah, wait, true. This is my second day streaming in a row. You're so right. You're so right, actually. Because nobody can call me inconsistent. This is in fact my second day streaming in a row. True, actually. Even if you were to play directly on mobile on a good phone and stream it to PC, it still wouldn't be the same as PC client? Okay. Okay, so then for like videos, and if you're watching an Arknight stream or something, I guess that also means the viewing experience, and for the, you know, streamers, I guess like Kooky is probably happy about that, because you can like stream it in actually really good quality, I imagine. I need this. Those 25 ore barrels are really important, actually. Those are super important. Okay, I think we're ready. Like I said, I don't want to stall for too long this time. Yeah, it's a treat. Nice. Feels so stupid when you watch a YouTube video of the client, because you don't really feel the difference between the game taking 2 frames to react or 0 frames, but you feel it when playing. Okay. Yeah, I think some YouTube, like, YouTube sometimes isn't... I don't know if it goes past 60 FPS. Does it? Maybe. But I definitely you can feel the difference in like a 120 to 60 FPS.
Where should we go next?
Kookie's jaw dropped. Kookie came while watching the skin quality. Oh, really? Is that a fact? Is that a fact? Live on stream, just all over the place? Huh? Okay, I'm gonna mute this in the background. And I'm going to open this up. Seems like a good W for the Arknights community. Seems like a good W. I might have to readjust my camera.
This. The end of Gacha era is near. I just listen.
And then let me know about the volume, like if it's too quiet. I might need to turn the volume up, actually, a little bit. And then I'll take this, 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 and I'll put this here. Yes. Okay. Kugi had his mouth open nonstop for like 3 to 4 minutes. I thought his camera broke at first. Dang. That's good. That's good. I'm happy for y'all. I'm happy for y'all. Wait, but what was the... Wait, but hold on. The real metric for how good it is the Twitch viewership. So did the Twitch viewership go up during the PC client release? What were the Twitch viewer numbers looking like? In the YouTube trends, what was that about? What was that all about? Did it jump at all? Did it spike? That's the real metric. I don't think it's the end of Gacha. I think people need to be okay not playing all of everything that is out. I think that's a big point, yeah. Just came in. What are we watching? Good timing. We haven't really started yet. But this is Bob's video reacting to Gacha Smack's video, which the Gacha Smack video will show up in the corner. But yeah, this Bob video, Gacha games are changing forever. Question mark, exclamation point. So we'll see. We'll see. See, I feel like this is an interesting one because we reacted to this maybe a couple weeks ago or whenever. I don't remember exactly when. And so we might tread some old ground, but I probably won't remember too much about it. But I think it'll be interesting to get this like other perspective. And I think one thing I said back then that I still kind of think might be accurate is that I think Gacha Smack has a lot of like accurate conclusions, maybe like conclusions that I maybe agree with. But I think maybe the way of getting there, like the way of explaining it maybe is iffier. And so people get kind of like, I don't know, like they aren't really following exactly. So I think maybe we can shed some light or clarity, gain a deeper understanding, you know? We actually made it 3 seconds into the video react and it's only been 11 minutes in the stream. Who are you? Okay, it's not, guys, it's not that extreme, okay? We're acting like this is like, first of all, it's 5 seconds, so get it right next time. Okay. True, we forgot the most important metrics. Yeah. Don't forget about revenue at the end of the month. It doesn't include PC. Oh, does it? Oh, yeah. That's right. That's right. The Enfield gaming chair, I have not, but that sounds interesting. The math is right, but his physics are wrong, something like that. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. That's why it'll be really interesting to discuss, I think. So it'll be interesting to discuss. Let's go ahead and start this over for...
I busted watching this. The end of Gacha.
Let me know about the volume if it's like too quiet. It feels kind of quiet. Maybe I'll turn it up more.
Near. I'll just listen to it in the background.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching what I would like to believe is the end of an era. And I want to talk to you today about this. I think it's a very fascinating topic.
It's 5 seconds into the video and a 14-minute stream. Okay. Like I said, it might be kind of a long one today, but we'll see. We'll see. It's kind of why I wanted to start a little earlier too than I usually do. Not that much, but I don't know if it's just you, but the 50-50 is not the issue. It always comes back to pull economy that makes those systems feel worse. Hold on to that thought. I think that'll become very relevant in like the next few minutes.
To delve into, and it's perfect and ripe for the particular season we're in with Gacha gaming. if you are like me, and I'm pretty sure you are, many of you are,
I'm just gonna turn it up all the way that I can, and hopefully the volume's okay.
weren't a gacha addict before Genshin Impact, and you weren't even a gacha player
Nope,
before
I'm
Genshin
not like
Impact.
you.
That was the first game you got into. The game
Nope.
was so monumentally massive because of the
That's not
pandemic,
me.
and that it was also a fresh game in the space that it brought in a heaping amount of players.
Okay, so he's
outside
already
the
not
gacha
technically
space.
talking to me,
Normies,
'cause
people from different
I don't
respective
fit
niches,
that.
so on and so forth. And the good thing about that
Bro,
experience
Genshin
when it
made
happened
you?
is that
See, okay, I was also gonna. I think about this initial point. I think this is an example of a point that, like, I also think genuinely that a lot of the things that Godsmack says are maybe either like unintentionally misrepresented or just misunderstood, you know, and not just by Fob, Mr. Fobmaster, but like by pretty much like a ton of people that I saw talking about this video. Like for example, this thing with the Genshin thing, I think it like it builds into, I think, his overall argument, but I think a lot of people just kind of hear that and they just started calling him a tourist. Because he's talking about like the, you know, the Genshin phenomenon, which is like kind of like an undeniable phenomenon that happened, was like the Genshin COVID phenomenon. And we're here for the yap. Okay, good. There's gonna be a lot of yapping. Your stream is a godsend for my insomniac ass. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. That's good to know. That's awesome. We're not in isekai fantasy where all complicated problems can be fixed by a single conclusion. Yeah, I think a lot of these points are like way more complex than we give them credit for. The thumbnail of this video is so much slop. You mean of my stream or like of this video that we're watching? I think maybe you mean my stream, but I was kind of experimenting with my thumbnail. I didn't really know what to do because usually I would make it of something of a game, but since we're mostly watching a video today, I just did this. Question: what was your first gacha game, Volps? It was Fate Grand Order, bro. If you can believe it, it was Fate Grand Order. Many, 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 many years ago. But I kind of didn't really mess around with gachas besides that until Genshin came out. So like, I kind of definitely have I feel like I have a historical view on it, but not as extensive as many people who are like deep into the gacha games before Genshin. Our condolences. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's crazy. Your first was Epic 7. I've heard of Epic 7. Didn't isn't that the one that Janazad played a lot? Is that right? It's like Epic 7, Tribe 9. There's like these games with numbers in them. I kind of mix them up. Was Epic 7 like the other Smilegate game, the people who made Chaos Zero Nightmare? Guys, I'm not an expert. I was just a professional alcoholic before. That's all. Okay, I don't know if like I don't know if we go that far with it, but anyway, okay, I think the you know, but here's the thing, right? Is that I think that at this point, like 6 years after Genshin came out, I think when people nowadays, like, they'll call you like a tourist if Genshin was your first game, or if that was like your introduction to the gacha sphere. I don't think at this point you can automatically say these people are tourists. I don't know. That's just kind of how I feel about it. Like, I think you can have a good understanding of the gacha space, and like, there's like clear distinctions in the gacha space. There's obviously the more, you know, old school, mobile-esque, definitely way more aggressively monetized games. And then there's like going into the era of, you know, AAA quality type gacha games. And like, these games like they like monetize themselves differently. They kind of like market themselves differently. It's just like a different thing. Started with Brave Frontier back in 2013. For you was Grand Blue Fantasy. Nice. Honkai Impact 3rd. Nice, nice. First was Enfield. Yo, pound it. Nice, nice. Azure Lane. Nice. Arknights. Interesting, interesting. Some good perspectives here. Okay.
I played gacha games for like 10 years before Genshin Impact was a thing, buddy.
That was also the very first time a lot of people got to play a gacha game. And talk all the shit you will about gacha games, there are some very fun aspects about them. And those fun aspects were overwhelmingly
and, well, that's
positive.
He's just saying that's who he's talking to.
Right?
And see, I don't think that was him saying this is who he's talking to. Like, I think what Godsmack was going for is he's trying to look at like maybe like a trend or some sort of like broader, you know, analysis of the gacha market. Because I gets into like what he says later, but again, maybe he just doesn't explain it well. And maybe that's why people misunderstood. But I don't know.
Got our V cards like basically cracked with this game, and so the hype, the FOMO, the oohs and ahs. You know, when you play a gacha game at launch, its climax, its what do you call it? Honeymoon phase is incredibly powerful.
So
when you play a gacha game for the first time, it's infinitely more powerful than you would think.
Raise it up.
But basically, this happened, and people fell in love with these games, and it allowed them to basically have kind of like a tunnel vision for ignoring the predatory practices, the alarming problems of what comes with playing a gacha. Love these games, and it's infinitely more powerful than you would think.
Raise it up.
But basically,
you've tried a ton since, but only Arknights and Enfield are the ones you continue to play. Yeah, I've tried a bunch other than the also like, you know, AAA big ones. So used to play Summoner's War and that was bad. Yeah. I've heard of Summoner's War. Some of these were pretty bad. I think we've talked before about this, but you know, Genshin was, when it came out, like people give Genshin shit for its gacha system, but when Genshin came out, it was, I think, considered to be better. And like the 50-50 system was considered to be better than a lot of what people were playing before. So
this happened, and people fell in love with these games, and it allowed them to basically have kind of like a tunnel vision for ignoring the predatory practices, the alarming problems of what comes with playing a gacha game. And you were able to get away with these garbage practices as a developer because there also wasn't any other games to compare, to reference in the mainstream space, especially to noobs who don't know anything about gacha.
People talk about Genshin having a shit gacha, but JP gacha is mostly a cash grab. Yeah, there's a lot of really bad gacha systems out there.
Gacha games. You were able to get away with this, basically.
Well, I mean, I don't know what that really means, because technically there are other gacha or other games you can compare it to that just don't have gacha. You know, just they're called normal games.
Okay, and I think like here's the other point with this, where I think this was misunderstood. It's like my interpretation, like I think what Godsmack is saying as well is that essentially the conclusion is that, you know, these games monetize aggressively and they're able to get away with it, right? And I think looking at maybe why they're able to get away with it, like he described this like, you know, there's a honeymoon phase and people fall in love with them, and then there's also no competition that's like giving the games competition that would you know, draw someone away if they were monetizing less aggressively. Oops, hit the mic. And like, I think it's like maybe fair to say, like I don't have problems with that on the face of it. I think maybe if you were trying to like really understand it, there might be more factors at play that you could consider. But I think, you know, I think the overall conclusion is that gacha games monetize aggressively and they're able to get away with it. Why they're able to get away with it might not even be super relevant to this point. Like what is the reason? I mean, I think it's almost inherent. Like it's just like an assumption that, you know, when you're looking at consumer behavior, which is consumers will naturally in their minds, you know, they factor in like their own financial means, they factor in, you know, the quality of what the product, and they will determine, and there's like, you know, there's manipulative practices, like kind of like how they devalue or like they mess up someone's sense of like how much a dollar is worth by certain practices and things. But like at the end of the day, I mean, consumers will do this calculus in their head, you know, the quality of this, my enjoyment of it, and then they'll spend. Sometimes people spend irresponsibly, obviously, is pretty inherent to like the practice of like gacha monetization. But I don't know. I is this making any sense? I just don't know how relevant it really is. And I think people found a problem with this, but the same way casinos get away with it. Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah, you know, let's play a little bit more.
Gacha games. So, I mean, there are normal games that aren't gacha, but also in terms of like they could just get away with it because there wasn't anything to reference to is not correct either, because there were gacha games, tons of gacha games before Genshin Impact came out. Genshin Impact is like as successful as it is because, as sad as it is to say, its gacha system at its time was one of the better. If you
Genshin at the time was famous for being good gacha. It got the bad rep only later. Yeah. Yeah. Genshin plus COVID numbers made investors cash into this market. Without Genshin, none of the HQ games we like today would exist. About the journey of the gacha experience, like back in the old days, until people started becoming conscientious with spending. I think also people don't realize that every gacha is free to play friendly. All the story and gameplay content is not locked behind buying. Yeah, I mean that's definitely the like the draw, like what they use to draw people in.
remember 2020 era, like, and before 2020, like gachas still had zero pity gachas, a lot of them. So as sad as it is to say, they got away with it because their systems were better than the ones that existed already, you know? So I mean, that point doesn't really hold water.
But then what happens?
But see, like, I think the point does hold water, because I think this thing that Fob brought up is true, but I don't think it disproves the overall, like, again, the conclusion, which is that gacha games like monetize super aggressively, and they obviously get away with it because people buy into them regardless. So whether it's because, Genshin was actually better than the other games, or it was a matter of, honeymoon phase / like that was people's first game and they didn't have anything to compare it to. There was no competition that was like having better monetization, which in a way is like kind of the same point as saying, it's saying that there's no competitor with better monetization is the same as saying like what Fob said, which is, Genshin was actually kind of better than the other games at the time. So yeah, both can be true. Yeah. Like I think it comes down to this, like very anecdotal rebuttal. Like I think both can be true and can kind of explain the same phenomenon, which again, I'm repeating myself, but again, the point is like, why are they able to monetize so aggressively and get away with it?
To go by, and these issues start to become more apparent and alarming, and players start complaining and they start looking for another game in that respective niche to play, because at that time it's not oversaturated. It's not
Genshin at the time of the lowest ceiling protection, right? Maybe. The thing is, like, at the end of the day, so much of and this is something we'll get into as well, someone brought this up, but it doesn't really matter what your system is. What matters is like the company's overall goal with monetization. So you can use like any system and monetize it in a certain way. But yeah, I mean, Genshin I think was seen as like, you know, a better gacha experience, pulling experience because of, you know, carryover pity and 50/50s and guaranteed, and you know, like rather than just, you know, every time you pull there's like a 1% chance that you get it with like no pity ceiling, you know. It's kind of weird.
A fragmentation at the point in time, right? So then Honkai State,
And this is important too, by the way, what he's saying right now.
Play, because at that time it's not oversaturated. It's not a fragmentation at the point in time, right? So then Honkai Star Rail comes out.
I think this point about oversaturation and like a fragmented market is a kind of like a core. It's like core to maybe his overall thesis that is important to remember. Is something I also think gets maybe like misunderstood or not considered as much as it should be. One of the reasons you like HD over Hoyo is that Hoyo used to be like the way they were, they wanted to make cool stuff, but now they feel like they just make more money. Like their goal is to make more money, and HD still feels like they balance it. I think, yeah, that could be true to some extent. I think companies definitely change as they get bigger, for sure. I think, you know, I think that's why with Zenless Zone Zero, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Zenless Zone Zero is like this kind of strange like passion project for the Hoyoverse devs and for the Zenless team. Whereas I think Genshin and Honkai Star Rail are viewed as like the pillars of the company's financials at this point. And I feel like Zenless Zone Zero is seen more as like this is what, like, this is our dream game that we want to make. Because Zenless Zone Zero has so many parallels with like Honkai Impact Third, which was like their first game, that I think was also representative of like when they were just starting out and they were like, we just want to make like the best kind of game we want to make, like our dream game. And now that they have like more resources and there's more fidelity, graphical fidelity and technology, I feel like Zenless Zone Zero is like the dream game, like the Hoyoverse dream game. And yeah, Genshin and Star Rail are kind of like, let them coast, let them keep like funding the rest of the company. I don't know. Shit, the reacception. Yeah, I feel like for you guys, there are 3 cameras on the screen. So like it could, like there's 3 people on the screen. So like, you know. Yo, what's up, Arikato? What's up, bro? The Ism and Impression 2. ZZ is the game they want to make in Genshin HSR, at least at this point, is the bread and butter. I think there's some maybe truth to that. As long as Genshin Star Rail does fine, Zenless will be just fine. Or as long as they do well, Zenless will be fine. Yeah, I think Zenless is obviously still like, it's not like they're in the red, you know? They're not like in the red financially. But I don't know, dude. Like with the extraction mode, right? It just feels like it's something very, I don't know, it seems like more of something that you do because you really love this idea of making, because that's just so new for gacha games. This like extraction mode that has a lot of replayability. It just feels very new. And it's permanent and they seem very committed to updating it. So I don't know. I like Zenless a lot, obviously, as I've said before, but I don't know. And like the live streams too. Like when I don't know, again, maybe this is bias, but when you watch the Zenless live streams, I just feel like the Zenless devs look so like happy and like fulfilled. And it's kind of different from like the almost like very corporate Genshin, Honkai Star Rail live streams. Again, maybe I'm biased. I don't know, but it's a Maxim. Passion projects are still there. It's just that Hoyo's current resources are so scattered under the hood, it's unbelievable. A report of 9 games in total development. that is insane. That is insane. They do have a lot of things going on. For like, it does actually kind of remind me of Bungie, and I know they're very different, but like I think Bungie's ultimate downfall was the fact that they, like, at like the peak of Destiny 2, like at the peak of the company's prestige, they were like, oh, we need to go and make like 6 other games or something. And like basically all of these games ended up getting scrapped. And the only one that ended up getting made was Marathon, which sits at like, 4,000 max concurrence on Steam. So I don't know what Hoyoverse is doing. Maybe, I mean, they obviously, I think, make more money hand over fist, but maybe like their games will actually be good and successful. So I don't know. I think Hoyoverse maybe has a better idea of what they're doing. Goal for Hoyo right now is to make an ecosystem. If they can't keep people within Genshin, they'll keep them within Hoyo. Yeah, like every game is kind of going to fulfill a different like niche or desire. Yeah, I think that's, yeah. So behind on the extraction mode content. I'm kind of behind too. I haven't streamed Zenless in a long time, but I might actually stream the extraction mode. The extraction mode is like, again, it's one of the first times in a gacha game where I'm not really thinking about the rewards of the mode. Obviously, it's subjective, but I'm not really thinking of the rewards of the mode. I genuinely am like, oh damn, I want to like get in there and like get better gear and and what, dude, at one point I freaking, they were, because the Zenless devs, again, it's not something you typically see in gacha, but they were not holding back with that. At one point I like took in a bunch of really good gear and I died to the fucking hound. And then I went back and I died to the hound again before I got to my gear. And then I went back to try and I thought like it would stay there and I could keep going back to try and get it. But then it was gone. And I was like, shit, I just lost like all this progress. And that's like true extraction, vibe, right? But a lot of games, like a lot of gacha games would be too scared to like make you go through it. Cause it's truly, it was like, oh fuck. Like I lost like my gold and purple. I spent all this money on that stuff. I lost my backpack, and I was like, oh, I have to like, and it was actually kind of, the feeling was like very exciting though, where I was like, oh, like I actually have to take this seriously. I don't know. The extraction mode I think is pretty good. I hope they like just continue to tweak it and improve it and stuff too. Anyway, sorry, is this a Zenless Glaive stream? My bad. They have 15 billion to throw at AI in their games. The project will be fine. Yeah. So like Bethesda or Blizzard, multiple IPs under the belt. Yeah, I think that's what maybe Kuro is trying to do too now. I think Kuro's going for the same thing. I mean, it's it's about diversifying, right? Like what you were saying, to keep them within your like company's ecosystem by appealing to several different niches and preferences. Enfield and NTE lacked that real bite. I don't know. I like Enfield a lot, but NTE didn't capture me personally, but I like Enfield a lot personally. I'm actually really annoyed by that. I think I hate multiverse systems. Like I just don't want yet another game in the Honkai universe logic. Just give me an independent story universe. I mean, I don't know, bro. The MCU did make like $1 bajillion, so like, maybe it was a little like heavy-handed, but every time, the Avengers were, it was like, oh, like Avengers Assemble, we're doing an Avengers movie. You're not going to pretend like people were soying the fuck out. And, and like, it was like the coolest thing ever. I mean, I remember I watched Avengers Endgame in LA in like one of these, because I was going to school in LA at the time, and I was going to one of the theaters where, so the Russo brothers, the directors of Endgame, and I guess, or sorry, I think it was Infinity War I watched, yeah. But the directors, they had apparently been there the day before, because this is where like all the college students went. So it was like super like rambunctious and like exciting. And like, when I was there, dude, people were like running up and down the aisles. Like it was like fucking crazy. Like when shit was happening, I don't know, people were like screaming and like running up and down the aisles. It was like, I don't know. People really love that multiversal stuff. Oh, you meant the extraction modes of Enfield and NTE? Yeah. I mean, again, I think one of the things people said for the extraction of Enfield was that, yeah, they were kind of afraid to make it like, difficult and risky. There wasn't much, risk, much risk to it. Yeah. Anyway, we're kind of like, dude, this is why a 44-minute video will take me like 6 hours to react to. But yeah. I think that the if we're talking about the 999 nights of NTE, I do, it matches what I kind of look for when I keep talking about the Elden Ring Night Rain type mode, where you're supposed to go into the map and explore around, fight different groups of enemies, get your gear up, and then complete it by fighting a boss or something. I think I heard that it just lacked real difficulty, so maybe that was their biggest thing. I still would give praise to games and devs that are like trying new things like that. It's better to try and then tweak it and improve it over time than to be too afraid to try it at all. And field extraction was like one time clear. Yeah. Yeah. Like edge space over pink pause. Yeah, I played pink pause heist thing. I think people really loved it at launch, but yeah, that was one of the reasons that I didn't really get captured. It was like for NTE, it was mostly the reason it didn't capture me was the combat and then like the mini games that you had to do for fawns. Like some people really love the mini games, and apparently they're adding good ones. So I don't know. No, I haven't done 99 Nights. I haven't played NTE since like the second character came out. Yeah. 999 is kind of insane. They built a whole separate gear system just for the mode. Yeah, like from what I know about it, it seems pretty interesting. They've done some very interesting things with it. People slept on Where Winds Meet. I've heard Where Winds Meet has been pretty popular. 999 Nights is a mile wide and an inch deep right now. It could be great if they keep adding to it with each patch. I think just a big glorified dungeon with sectioned off by mob levels where each zone has designated areas that spawn 4+ waves of the same 3 mobs and a boss at the end of the zone. Okay. Yeah, the thing that makes Elden Ring Night Rain so compelling is that, you drop into the map and every single match you start level 1 with like no weapons or gear except your one starting weapon, which is very basic, right? But and like the thing is you genuinely need to make the best use of your time. It is also timed. There's this like battle royale like ring that will close in on you. And so you have to path through the map effectively. You have to make the best use of your time. You have to path to like the right thing. So you have to go to like weaker enemies first, get some gear, and then you can start going to stronger enemies as you get more levels and gear and buffs and whatnot. And it's very compelling because there's an element of difficulty to where if you don't use your time properly, then you'll be screwed. And that adds a lot of tension to it. So I don't know, like if you like miss out on like the difficulty or the tension, the mode might not capture you as much. You liked Edge Space? You just wish there was a little more to it? I think Edge Space has potential, for sure. I think apparently Hypergriff has been developing like a roguelike mode for a long time now. It's been like they've been developing it and testing it. So maybe we'll get like a good roguelike in the next couple patches. And see, it feels like it has too much of the ZZZ temple management kind of deal. And I'm sorry, but I can't stand management like that. I think the thing is that people that do enjoy that have liked NTE. Would that be accurate to say? Like, I think NTE definitely appeals to a different. NTE definitely appeals to a different kind of preference. Night Rain's built off the critically acclaimed gameplay loop of from software games. NTE doesn't have that. It's true. It's true. And, you know, I said this in my Silver Palace video, but for you to have good game modes, I think your combat needs to be reactive as well. Like, I think Zenless works in the extraction mode because because first of all, they were brave enough to like kind of lower the power of your characters and make it so that you actually need to engage with the gearing system to, like, you know, have this new progression of like powering up your characters again. But like when I get into the extraction mode on Zenless and I'm like at even power with the enemies, I definitely feel that like I have to like make sure I'm dodging. I have to, you know, you have limited health items, so I have to make sure I'm like dodging properly and playing properly. And I have to like actually engage with the reactive parts of the game rather than just DPS rotation through everything. And I think it really works. So I think as long as your game has some sort of like reactive element, I feel like it can work. And I feel like maybe NTE does not lean into that as much. So, all right. Sorry. We're 3 minutes in. How long has this been going? 45 minutes? 46 minutes? Nice. Awesome.
That becomes the next.
Let's go back a couple seconds.
Complaining, and they start looking for another game in that respective niche to play because at that time it's not oversaturated. It's not a fragmentation at the point in time, right? So then Honkai Star Rail comes out, and that becomes the next cope for playing a gacha game that isn't Genshin Impact. That's going to be better. It's going to be different.
We're only 3 minutes in. Yeah.
Then you realize you're playing two gacha games now that both have 50-50 systems, right?
Yeah. Welcome to a Volpez React stream.
So that same wallet is now having to spend just a little bit more money, even if they aren't spending as much money on one individual game. You combine with the spending on two games, and it's increasing. And everybody has a budget. Everybody only has so much money that they can spend on one individual gacha game, let alone 2, 3, or 4. So what happens is the space has to increase in volume and popularity.
I think what he's saying here as well is something that makes sense. I also think this is kind of something that's misunderstood later on. How do I put this? I think when he's talking about, you know, as more games come out, people start playing more games, they're spending more money across multiple games. I think that ties into the whole oversaturated thing. I will play a little more because I think Fob says something, I can address it later.
Spending the same money from their wallets, that's only going to carry you so far, right? And so what happens after this? Wuthering Waves comes out, the real Genshin killer. At least that's what they were being marketed as, whether they wanted to or not. More players start playing that game. Some of them leave Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail to play this game. Some of them stay there. Others start playing 3 different gacha games at once.
On the Volp scale, we're actually making good progress, kind of actually.
But regardless, a lot of players aren't coming into the space the way they did when the pandemic announced Genshin Impact. It's kind of just the same players circulating around and trying different gacha games. Well, this particular dynamic and pathing continues to happen, but it speeds up rapidly as we know it. We know how this story goes. More and more gacha games start coming out. You got Chaos Zero Nightmare. You got Love in Deep Space. You've got Arknight's Infield. You got Neverness to Everness. You've got...
Money's not the limiting factor. Time is. I think that time and money are typically the main 2 limiting factors when it comes to people taking on more gacha games. I think kind of what he's saying, the way that I interpret it is that, you know, if we're looking at like larger trends of consumer behavior, and something that Fob does in a little bit, because I watched some of this, something Fob does is he kind of blames like individual consumer behavior. And I think that like personal responsibility is obviously very important, and you know, encourage people to spend responsibly. But I think kind of what Gosh Smack is getting at is that there's a sort of like equilibrium that is reached, you know, when, you know, people are coming into the gacha space, and then they'll spend, you know, if they maybe say they start out with just Genshin, they're spending some money on Genshin. And then, Honkai Star Rail comes out and they add Honkai Star Rail to their daily roster and they start spending money on that. And then maybe like Wu or Zenless comes out and they add those. But eventually a consumer is going to reach a point where they've either maxed out their time investment or their money investment. And when it comes to money investment, you could say that, like the way that a consumer behaves, right, is that they will spend, according to their own financial means, they will spend, they'll spend up to a certain limit and then they'll stop. And I think the reason that like supports the whole argument of oversaturation is that, after this many years of new games coming out and people adding the games to their roster, people will have reached equilibrium. They will have reached a point where like, the only way they'll take on a new game is either by dropping a game. Maybe they're unwilling to spend less across their games because with gacha games, they monetize so aggressively. And, the average consumer will reach a point where they're, they know the amount of spending they need to like properly enjoy the game, whether that be $5 per month. Like at this point, I wouldn't take on a new gacha game if I'm not going to spend maybe $5 per month on a monthly pass to get more pulls. Like, I'm just kind of like, I just don't think I would enjoy a game like purely free to play and getting less characters and stuff. And that's just like my personal thing. But I think in general, you could say that consumers will reach their own personal like limit and their own like personal rule when it comes to spending. And I think that's why,
many other
we can see what Fob says, but I think that's why this is like generally supportive of the whole like oversaturation conclusion.
Nikkei, Goddess of Victory, Girls Frontline 2, Exilium, all of these gacha games start coming out, but a lot of them are still doing 50-50 systems. Chaos Hero Nightmare did the 50-50 system. Girls Frontline 2 Exilium did it. You've got Uma Musume. You've got Star Savior, which aren't even 50-50s. They might even be worse because you can keep pulling until you...
Time and money are at least somewhat fungible to most people. If you aren't willing to spend time on dailies, you might be willing to spend money on packs. I guess, yeah. The homogenized gameplay loop and content doesn't help with oversaturation. Yeah, I think I don't know if they'll get into this, but that's a great point because I say you're at this point where you've maxed out on, maybe you're maintaining 4 gacha games at a time, and you reach a point where the only way you'll add a new one to your daily roster is by dropping a current one, and it doesn't really help when the new game coming out is essentially the exact same as the games you're already playing. Because at that point, you're thinking, okay, either if the monetization is less aggressive, that can like help pull you away. But if if it's, especially if it's a smaller studio coming in against like these titans, like you have Hoyoverse, which is a titan. Kuro is, they're backed by Tencent, which is like makes them a titan, right? Even though like I think they had PGR, but Wu was kind of like their first one, and they also have multiple projects in the work now. So like competing against those when you're just like a small studio, this is your first game, this is like your first major release, you don't really have the same like financial backing, and then you're kind of coming in saying like we're just gonna kind of copy everything they're doing, but maybe do it like a little bit worse. What's the appeal,
Just hopefully get the character. But one thing that's for certain is the gacha space as a whole is not actually expanding, and if it is, it isn't enough to compensate for that fragmentation and oversaturation of rapid gacha games releasing with these 50-50 systems. And so what's one thing
I also think one reason that Godsmack caught heat for this, or the reason like some of this was misunderstood, is that he like lays some of the blame at the 50-50 system, and I think it's because you're seeing this trend a lot in the online discussion where 50-50s are like the boogeyman. So like if a new game has a 50-50, it's like, oh fuck that, like why would I add another 50-50 game? I think the true like boogeyman, which again doesn't really affect the overall conclusion, but I think this is like something that people like jumped on, the true boogeyman is probably like the company's overall goal at aggressive monetization, and not just like they could use any sort of mechanism to do that, not just like a 50-50. I think that's maybe why
We learned as time goes by. I remember in the beginning, I tried to tell people so much about these predatory practices and how much money you're actually spending on these games is ludicrous, that these companies are making too much money, and it was falling on so many deaf ears. But you speed up today.
This line he just said as well is also why I think a lot of people said, like, a lot of people call this Gacha activism. At the end of the day, any reasonable people will only spend what they're willing to spend. Either it's money or time. This is why I'm not going to play Silver Palace. Silver Palace could be good. I will maintain that Silver Palace could be good. I think it has potential. Even if the monetization is less expensive, take regular Arknights. You've got 300 plus units and they're all useful even now. How cheap does a clone have to be to make you care? Yeah. I think Silver Palace is the last gacha which can succeed. I think if Silver Palace manages to succeed, I think it will have like just squeaked in before like the era of the Genshin clone maybe becomes like, you know, it can be kind of like presumptuous to say that a certain era is coming to an end, or this certain trend is going to fall off, because like it's really hard to tell in the moment. But I made this example of the MCU before, right? And the MCU was like seemed unstoppable, and like for 10 or so years, 10 plus years, it really was. Every single movie was like making $1 bajillion at the box office. It was like truly an unstoppable phenomenon. And then, you know, after Endgame, it like really like petered out, except maybe for Spider-Man, like some standouts like Spider-Man. So, you know, there is, I think there is a certain level of, even with super popular things, where it's not like people are necessarily like it's like some sort of huge movement. Like, I don't think that's why, you know, Gacha activism doesn't necessarily change anything, but I think it's just a general like trend in, you know, what consumers want or consumer behavior. Caught flack for the 50-50 comment. Guilty as charged, mate. You started that Gacha activism term? Oh, was that you, really? Dang, that's crazy. It's a good term. It's a good term. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you said way back that the real metric to be concerned about is character acquisition rate. Yeah, like you know, characters per 1,000 pulls or something like that. And then you'd have to like, but the thing is, then you'd have to then normalize. Is that the right term? Just the statistical term. You have to normalize for individual pool value, which accounts for, you know, worst case, and it's really hard. It's like really hard to do that, but because you know, not every pull is created equal. So, like for example, the reason an Enfield, like if Enfield maxes out Sparks at 120, but in another game you might have to go to like 150 to 160. Not every pull is created equal. So I think if your gacha is too good, by good you mean like generous, then the game is probably bad. I agree. There is some, this is something Fob's going to say too later, but there is some probably correlation between, you know, the developer confidence and then how aggressively they monetize. Because obviously, if you think you have a lesser product, you're not going to you can't monetize it as aggressively. You agree Silver Palace might be the end or close to? He's basically going to casino and screaming, hey, I think gambling's bad, guys. That's why people don't care. You made the video that kicked it off? Okay. I mean, I did see your video where you talked about Gotcha Smack, so. But I didn't know that was like the first time that was talked about. Unless you're talking about a different one. Like I said, 50-50 or Spark does not matter. It's all about pull economy. If the game has 100 pity but only gives 50 pulls, it's bad. If you got 120 pulls, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Yep. Too soon to say that? I don't know what could happen. Yeah. You would measure character acquisition rate in terms of percent of characters you have to skip. Yeah, I think that's a good, like how often are you having to skip characters? Yeah. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Vibes are useless for gauging anything. Yeah, I got the attention of Brax, Loki, and all of them. Okay, yeah. Let's see like a little more of what he says, and then
people now understand that phenomenon, that problem, over glaring. It's a glaring problem because they're starting to play all these different gacha games. Some of them are trying to manage multiples at once, and they're spending so much money. Why? One of the reasons, because of the 50-50 system. Losing it means spending a lot.
Oh, bro, the only reason, the only person that any of these people have to blame is themselves, bro. Like, what?
oh yeah, this is the part where he does
spending
that.
tons of money on gacha games. There's no other, like, yes, you could blame the fucking companies for having 50-50s, but why are you playing fucking 4 glorified gambling casino simulators? Just fucking give up some. You do not need to play 4 of them, or 5 of them or more, I can do it because it's my fucking job.
I think this is one point where I was kind of, oh man, there's so many layers to this. So like for one, I don't necessarily think 50-50s are like the boogeymen, right? I think it's like the overall goal of like the company, how aggressively they're going to monetize their game. But again, I also don't, like I kind of said this earlier, but I just don't think blaming individual consumers is necessarily the play. Because yeah, I think obviously, like I said, personal responsibility is important. You should encourage people to spend responsibly. But I think, I think what Gotchamax is trying to do is to look at an overall trend. And I think when you're looking at it, when you're trying to, analyze it like a certain trend, it's not helpful to look at, individual by individual, because certain individuals, there's like massive variance between individuals in all sorts of different variables, like their financial means and, how much they're willing to spend, how much time they're willing to spend, like all of these things. And if you can kind of come to a certain, like a model or like an understanding of the overarching trend, that like a good model accounts for the fact that there will be variance amongst individuals. And like I don't know if laying the blame of the 50-50 system is accurate, but Silver Palace is the end of this era? I don't know. I mean, prediction, maybe. Who knows? Smack doesn't play it loose with casino is still a casino versus I'm supporting no 50-50s. What do you mean by plays it loose? Like, I think Warframe has the greatest system for transactions. Yeah, I mean, Warframe, it's a different kind of game though. The game doesn't have 50-50, doesn't change the fact that you can go max pity and have to spend because of that, since no game gives enough pulls to guarantee every character. Yeah. Yeah, even with the no 50-50 system, the idea is that you're never going to acquire every character without spending hundreds of dollars, but 50-50 fatigue is a vocal minority thing. I do feel like, I don't know. Yeah, I do feel like it could be a vocal minority thing, because you see it a lot in like comment sections and you know, whether it be like online, wherever discussions are being made. But I just don't think 50-50. Like, I think I'm, you know, me being like, I'm personally kind of fatigued by 50-50s, but that's just because I've been playing those games for many years and I've been playing many games that do that. So I think if you're engaging in the same system over and over and over again, it's going to not, like, there's like no novelty and it just starts to get old. That's kind of true for anything. But in terms of like, you know, the blame of the monetization, I wouldn't say it's like the 50-50 necessarily. Does that make sense? How the gacha interacts with the gameplay matters a lot more. If you can do everything you want in the game without spending, it's better than getting most limiteds, but power creep, obsolescence ruins the experience. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. A big part of gachas is acquiring new characters, so I feel like that's it. I don't know. I've said this before. It's hard to separate necessarily, you know. Yeah, you could go in and do the story every patch and just do that, but I mean, a huge part of the enjoyment of gachas is getting new characters, so yeah. Backlash is warranted because people know games could get away with less. These studios are investing billions in anime, AI, and developing 9 games. Let's settle with less and meet in the middle. Enfield did slash 50-50 somewhat. In most games, it's 70 plus pulls or 140 plus, but in Enfield, it's 70 plus or 120. I mean, yes, but again, not every pull is created equal. So, you know, you could get less overall pulls per patch with lower, you know, max pity number. I mean, I think I kind of enjoy, I don't know, not really enjoy, but after so many years of doing exclusively 50-50s with like the big 4, and then I feel like a spark system introduces some novelty that I kind of needed. I don't know. Personal responsibility is important, but a big notion of marketing is misdirection and sugarcoating. Predatory practices are called this way because they undermine a person's ability for rationality. Yeah, what's up, Trinity? Yeah. I mean, I think that's why, I think that's why laying responsibility, or like laying all the blame at the individual consumer level and saying like, oh, you should have just spent less. Like if you're spending too much, just spend less. I think this even kind of ignores, it's kind of like missing the forest for the trees, because it kind of ignores this like, attempt to look at like a broader trend in maybe consumer behavior and kind of saying like, oh, well, if you're spending too much, you should just not spend more. You should not spend as much. I think when you're looking at trends, I think what's interesting is if you can account for the fact that maybe people have maybe maxed out what they're willing to spend. And then you can start talking about oversaturation. Maybe something will change eventually because consumers are starting to be like tapped out, basically. And companies will simply adapt to the new reality of the gacha industry, and that's it. People love to spend, and they'll keep doing so as long as they like the product. I think that's why when we get into the conversation of NTE eventually, when Gacha Smack starts saying like support NTE, I think that might have been something that was also misunderstood. And we'll get into that more, I guess, when it comes up. But because people were kind of like, the quality of the game obviously matters if someone's going to want to play it. So yeah.
Right? But like, I can tell you, back when I was not a streamer and I played like 4, 5, 6 fucking gacha games, brother, the paychecks were tight.
By plays it loose, you mean sometimes Smack is all activist mode against 50-50s or whatever. But sometimes he's just, I don't see the difference between those games since they're both through casinos. I think Smack does get flack for that, but I don't know if do you think those are like mutually exclusive, like beliefs or thoughts? Every single gotcha system is just a different smoke and mirror setup to obfuscate how much each game values its characters. Some will have more smoke, some will have more mirrors. Yeah, I see that. It's more the FOMO is being diluted severely by how companies constantly dilute the character pool, and also things like making characters very short-lived in importance. Just lean back and use your brain for 5 seconds, forehead. Gacha system is for sure one of the most important elements of a gacha game. Bad system equals instant no for you. I think, dude, I think this is one of the things that also came into contention, which is, how much emphasis do people put on monetization versus just like the quality of the game, because then everyone would just play whatever game has the best monetization system. I think everyone, again, I think you can wrap this into your like trend analysis by just kind of saying that, everyone I think has like, it exists on a spectrum, and everyone does this kind of calculus in their head, almost like either subconsciously or instinctively when they're weighing, how aggressively a system is monetized versus how much they enjoy the game. And if like those things like meet in some sort of golden middle ground, then they'll continue playing the game. But if, one or both of those things aren't satisfactory enough, then, Gacha activists be going crazy these days, but then go and promote a less predatory gacha instead of supporting indie games, charging way less for great quality. Hold that thought. We'll come back to that. I think we'll come back to that thought. I think the vast majority of people playing, what matters most is how fun the game is and how much they like the IP. Yeah. Quality matters more than gacha system. Otherwise, why would people buy a $6 game when many games can be bought for under $10? Yeah. I guess, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Let's let him, we'll get into it in a sec, probably.
I'm not kidding. When I say back in the day, I worked a second job so I could fucking afford a living.
I'm so sick of hearing the word predatory. I'm not a fucking prey. Who's gonna tell him?
While playing all the gacha games
Who's gonna tell him?
Because I was like swiping in so many gacha games. On top of that, I was also swiping on fucking MMOs. And like need to pay rent, need to eat food,
I feel like the
all
volume
that
got really
stuff,
loud all of a sudden.
right? Keep the lights on. So I was fucking working an extra job because I need to fucking do it. I needed to, But like that's a personal choice, Like I'm not sitting there and being like, man, all these fucking games I'm playing, why are they so predatory? Meanwhile, like keeps playing them. Like, brother, like at that point you just fucking drop some or quit.
Well, see, like, yeah, and I like think what he's saying is not really like at odds. Like I said, I think it's like missing the forest for the trees. Like I just don't think it's really at odds with the overall like conclusion the Gacha Smack's going for. I don't know.
Like you can't blame the companies at a certain point, right?
Okay, yeah, I don't. That's why that Gacha activism keeps coming up. Is like I don't really think it's about blaming the companies. I think at least like my interest in the subject, not to put words in anyone else's mouth, but like my interest in the subject is what is kind of the natural trend that we're like, what trajectory are we heading in? I don't think it's about blaming the companies or saying like, oh, companies, you just need to do better and you just need to monetize less and do the right thing and you're treating us poorly. And like, because I think that's when we get into the realm of gacha activism. I think it's more about there are like certain market behaviors and as things change, as the environment changes, then there will be natural reactions to those changes that they don't rely on a gacha activist going and saying boycott this or support this in order to change something. It's just something that will naturally happen, right? I think that's kind of the main, like, the disconnect that is happening right here. Freedom to play the game. You don't understand predatory. Maybe it's the people who are trying to get every single character and signature weapon and max copies, or the, like, the predate. Yeah, the ones being like predated. Yeah. 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 That's another funny thought. Gacha predatory practices need to be stopped. We can't play normal games though. It has to be at least a bit predatory. I mean, do you think that that's what's kind of being said? Is it because it seems maybe hip? Is that why maybe Godsmack is getting flack? Is because it seems hypocritical to say like gacha games are predatory, but I'm gonna keep playing them and keep promoting them? Is that why there's like some flack being given? The other day, Smack often just doesn't argue his points well. Just don't have FOMO forehead. Pub's definitely more in a fool me twice kind of mindset. People talk smack about EA games and Ubisoft games and they lose a lot of sales for it. The people that stay, you pity them, but you're not going to try and change a publicly traded company. I mean, hey, Ubisoft and EA have probably faced some repercussions for their games, like the games they've been making. Like, didn't EA just get bought by some like Saudi Arabian investment group or something like that? Like they straight up had to like, get acquired by another group. Gotcha is basically reaching the right answer using the wrong equation. 50-50 is not the problem with gacha games. Yeah.
Them for making predatory games, sure, but like if you blame them but keep playing them, that's your fault at the end of the day, right? You can't blame the companies and be like, I'm gonna keep playing though.
Oh, I guess that's what he's saying.
Okay,
right
at
now.
that point, then it's your fault. All right, like you are clearly well aware that these companies are giving you shit, and then you're still eating it. Then it's your fault. There's nobody else to blame. Like, you can't say it's anything else.
A lot more money than your.
See, okay. maybe there's some fixation on the whole like hypocrisy thing. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. Like I don't think these are mutually exclusive beliefs that you can say you could recognize that certain monetization is predatory and very aggressive and then want better monetization, and at the same time, you still enjoy the game. And I think it's possible to, like, I don't think these are necessarily mutually exclusive is the thing. So I don't know. They're Saudi now. We won't need to worry about EA for much longer. I think predatory often gets conflated with trying to sell you stuff. Maybe just your hot take, but you don't think it's malicious. It's all entertainment. Hypocrisy is just a fact of human existence. We deal with it on Twitter 24/7. I mean, I do think yeah, I think we overlook how normal it is to be contradictory sometimes. Smack also gets a lot of flack because he only covers NTE when he's sponsored, as well as taking ZZ sponsorships, despite quitting all Hoyo games after the Castris Global Passive protest in HSR. Okay, so it's kind of like a questioning how genuine it is, I guess. I'll translate it. We want different gambling. We don't like this gambling. We want slightly different gambling that fools us better. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily abnormal for a consumer to like I think it's pretty normal for a consumer to, you know, recognize that they don't like the current situation and want it to get better while still consuming. You know, I think again, I think gacha activism is inherently flawed because I mean activism literally never works for anything. I've made this example before where there's like in like consumer culture, there's like real injustices that happen around the world that, you know, where's your iPhone coming from? Where's chocolate coming from? Where's like your Nike shoes coming from? There's like real injustices that happen in the world that feed into consumer culture. But like, you know, all the activism in the world doesn't prevent people from buying like, you know, chocolate and iPhones and Nike shoes, you know? So like activism isn't going to stop anyone from engaging in like gacha games or gacha monetization. I think what really happens is like this is when it comes to like the idea of like free markets, the reason, you know, monopolies and duopolies are bad is because, and I think what Gacha Smack is largely getting at is that once is like competition should fuel improvements. And when he's talking about NTE, I think the way he looks at it is that NTE is that example of a competitor in the market who's like undercutting the price of like the current main thing. And if consumers were to flock to NTE, it could push this metamorphosis of the monetization, you know? You had to be stupid to fall for a theory of restart hype. Could see it from a mile away. It was an implant. You mean like an industry plant? Is that what you mean? Yesterday I was at the supermarket buying scratch cards. The other day I was on a sports betting app doing small amounts. Gambling's baked into our everyday lives at this point. Okay. I don't think you're okay. I think saying something's baked into your everyday life, I don't know if scratch cards and gambling apps are necessarily baked in your everyday life. I think there's obviously some you know, maybe there should be like sports betting apps should be regulated more by the government because it's like shouldn't be so easily accessible, but I think there's like some, you know, you could I wouldn't say that's like baked into normal life, but Mac did a sponsored ZZ stream for 3.1 where him and 5 other creators just fucked around for an hour and only played the game for less than 10 minutes. So does it leave like a bad taste in your mouth? Is that kind of what you're saying? My question is, what does removing the 50-50 actually solve with the monetization system? You still have FOMO and won't be able to get every character without spending. I mean, yeah, I think NTE, yes, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Okay. We'll circle back to that in a sec, but yeah, no, I think the thing about NTE, and this is what I've been told and I've read about because I don't have any personal experience with playing the game anymore, but like, so yes, they have like the no 50-50, etc., but they actually kind of back it up with the amount of pulls they give per patch. So you are genuinely acquiring more characters than you would otherwise in other games. If you're looking at like average character acquisition or something like that. Hello King just popped in, heard some interesting econ theory crafting. Yeah, we need some econ majors in here. We might need some econ majors to start cooking in a second here. What's up, bro? Welcome. I think Smack is getting more flack because he's sponsored so much by companies doing the same practices he says are bad, like getting sponsored by Saudi and complaining about Saudi money. Okay, I mean, I get it. I get it. I don't know. The thing is I mean, I'm very new to the whole like you know, YouTubing or whatever, but my understanding is that people just take sponsors, like sponsors are sponsors, you know. I think I think for the most part, Godsmack's also pretty open about saying that, you know, he's in it for the bag, quote unquote. Which I think, again, I don't think it's abnormal. Like, I follow other gaming accounts. Like, you guys know about like Skill Up is like another gaming what's it called? Like reviewer, I guess. But they don't like you know, the brand of his channel, his like brand of reviewing is not to like find a game and make that game his home and like make content exclusively on that. It's like reviewing every new game and getting like, you know, review copies and working with the companies to like get the review copies and then review the game and all this stuff. So there's like, I don't know, is that necessarily make someone like hypocritical, or I don't know, or is there like something I'm kind of missing with the relationship, or? Guys, at the end of the day, we're all fucked. The world is heading towards cyberpunk, so have fun while you still can. It's a bleak philosophy, but we'll keep that as like a plan C or D if things don't work out. We can just embrace the void. Okay. NTE undercutting is a good tactic, but the rest of the game is flawed and doesn't make a huge impact on the market. Yeah, I mean, I think game quality is certainly a factor, right? When less money is invested in the business, you generally see less returns / less products / features being made. There's a trade-off to lower price tag. Excuse me. Sure, people do that, but everyone also respects the people that don't take sponsors that conflict with what they're saying when they're super political / activists. Okay. Okay. I mean, let me think on that, dude. I'm trying to understand, because it seems that a lot of people feel this way, but I think with taking sponsors, like, I mean, you take sponsors to like promote the, like, kind of like promote the game. Like, yes, he doesn't, you know, probably care about the games beyond being sponsored, or like he won't devote time to covering something if he's not sponsored. Is that kind of like the, you know, oh, he's not doing it for the love of the game? Or cool to take tainted sponsors, but it's tough to be an activist. Listen to when you do that. Okay, so like promoting what, Ethereal Restart, and like, but the thing is, I don't know if this is necessarily about activism, right? I think we'll get into when he talks about NTE. I mean, it's going to come later, so I guess we're talking about it now, so I won't just wait. But I think when he talks about NTE, right, and he says at one point that, you know, I don't know if he says you should support NTE. He talks about supporting NTE and like essentially not doom posting Neverness to Everness if you want like things to change. And I think like I don't think the intention is to say like, if you hate Neverness to Everness and you log in and you hate every single second of it, then, you know, you should force yourself to sit down and play it because the gacha monetization is slightly better. And the only way that things will change is if we like support Neverness to Everness and we quit like Genshin and WUA and whatever else, right? I don't know if that's like the point of what's being said. I think it's more like, you know, get like, don't doom post the game, right? So don't like dance on its grave or like shit on it unnecessarily if it's like trying to do something better. And even if the case is that the quality of the game and the, you know, competency of the developers and like the expertise in the field is maybe less than the Titans, then even if that's the case and that's why it's monetized less aggressively, then a live service game has the potential to grow over time. So if a game like is able to gain its footing and take that, like almost like an early access game, and then develop more over like 1, 2, 3 years or whatever, then it could potentially reach this like grander quality with a better monetization. So that's kind of what I feel like that's kind of my understanding of it. Was that like way off base, or is that like giving too much is that like giving too much benefit of the doubt? My issue with the only plays during sponsorships problem is that we complain all the time of tourists not knowing how to give criticisms of these games. So why is it okay for tourists to advocate them? Okay. If Smack played NTE for longer and saw the cracks in the walls, and he'd understand why NTE is getting Doom posted. Are the cracks in NTE like foundational cracks that are like they cannot be fixed even with years of development? They can't be fixed because, like, see, I don't know. Like, I think generally my philosophy is that like uplifting something is generally better vibes than like shitting on something and dooming something. So I'm not maybe as offended if the point is to advocate. I mean, I think the when Smack says like I do this for the bag and I'm just taking sponsorships for the sake of, I take sponsorships and I play the game and then do whatever. I mean, I think that you have to obviously take a like with anything in media, you take everything that person says with a grain of sand, because like that's why it's like legally required for people to disclose sponsorships so that consumers can like make informed decisions. I think there's a difference between saying like, like maybe like, I mean, for one, NT is free to play. So, painting a good representation of it, if like you want more people to try it, versus if it's like a $60 game and it requires people to buy in, then yeah, I would be kind of like, hey, you're not representing this game correctly. Like people are going to spend $60 and kind of get scammed, that would be like an issue to me. But I think maybe there's less, less liability if it's like a free to play game. Does that make sense? Someone is sponsored all the time. I feel their opinion always flip flops. Like the only gacha system that's good is the one that sponsors me the most. I mean, yeah, as a consumer, like you apply your media literacy, and everyone kind of makes those decisions for themselves on who they think is like trustworthy or whose word they think is trustworthy, right? I'm not going to tell you like who to trust or who to not trust. People kind of decide that for themselves too. At the end of the day, Doom posting just a cope concept by parasocial players. People just don't like the games. It's just their opinion. I mean, I think you underestimate how many like terminally online people there are who either grift negatively on a game for money, or just like it gives them a sense of purpose to feel like there's an in group and an out group, and they like can have their team go and attack another team. And it just gives a sense of like purpose and that they like don't, they don't get in their daily life. And it like is fun for them. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, sometimes people sharing their opinion get conflated with Doom posting, but there are people who are like, this is legitimately like, this is real shit for them, NT is not monetized less aggressively. They just redirected a part of their monetization to skins while still keeping the gacha. I mean, fair enough. And like consumers will decide if, they'd rather, I don't know. Like it's a cosmetic, right? Kind of the same deal with like the Wuwa bike skins or whatever. It's a cosmetic. Like I watched non-sponsored videos from a CC, and when he did a sponsor, bro sounded so fake you couldn't believe it's the same person. Okay, I will say I think there are some clear cases where you can tell when someone's like clearly promoting a game for the bag and obviously doesn't give a shit about the game. I mean, yeah. Smugslav played NTE because of sponsorship, then dropped it immediately, but didn't pretend to enjoy it. Sorry, I just got to this. It's foundational. The cracks with NTE. So the combat is a cheap knockoff of WUA, and too much of the game are these undercooked minigames that don't let you play around the characters you pull for. it's a chore that lacks polish in its visuals, animations, and gameplay. If NTE literally could not get away with a 50-50, you're saying they could not get away with a 50-50, they had to take it out to survive. Okay. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair assessment of the game. I mean, again, I think there is some subjectivity, like, you know, something that I encountered is like, I think I bounced off of NTE for the same reasons that you're describing, but I try to keep an open mind that like maybe there are people that like never really vibed with gacha combat in the first place, and they kind of just they just like are in it for these mini games, or like maybe people are genuinely happy just like jumping in a car and like driving around in the city, you know, like there might just be like different kinds of gamers out there that like doing that. Until you get some skins for free, the rest come from cosmetic gachas, the skin store, or a pretty hefty Fawns grind. Yeah, the skins are definitely not free. Yeah. I mean, but like, you know, yeah, I think like the 999 nights. Is there a better term for this? I hate saying 999 nights. Anyway. Like it's an interesting concept. And like, if anything, I hope that NTE could make a fun version of it so that maybe other games could say like, oh, there's, you know, some it's like a proof of concept. Like there's some, you know, reason to try new game modes like this. But yeah, I don't know. Like if it is reliant, like we were talking about, Night Rain has the like Dark Souls gameplay to lean back on, whereas NTE has NTE combat. So I don't know. Smack is building his house right now. Oh, you mean like literally building his house? Okay. How he got the bag to secure his future probably doesn't mean much to him. That's why he's open about it. Him taking the bag doesn't mean he isn't pro-consumer. I mean, yeah, I think like, you know, there like because there are definitely people out there who are taking the bag and who are not as like open about it, right? I think that's been used against him in some cases, like him being open about the fact that, you know, he's not necessarily like passionate, like when it comes to like ZZZ or NTE or whatever, he's not necessarily like sitting there super passionate about the game. He like covers them because he's sponsored for the, you know, for the bag. But there are definitely people out there who do the same thing, who are not as open about it, and who are like definitely like keep their sponsorships more under wraps, or like, I mean, they have to disclose them, but they're not like that open about them. And I don't know, like, I don't know. Can someone explain to me if it's like when I say mutually exclusive, like you just can't hold these two beliefs at the same time, that, you know, gacha monetization is too aggressive, and also what's the other belief, that like you either take sponsorships to cover the game, or you think like the games are still good and that you still want people should still play them, you know? Y'all take the no 50-50 personally. No one's taking away your favorite gambling outlet. 1,000 less one. So that guy you might be onto something there. Wait, 1,000 less one is what they call it in the game? Oh. Concept of 999 nights is very good, but honestly, after 10 minutes, you already got tired of it. It's basically enemies spawning in a row and you keep clicking. Yeah, that's the issue, right? I think so. Like I've obviously railed against DPS timer slop a lot, but the thing about Elden Ring Night Rain is that I like the time factor. The time factor, it does add tension, you know, and I think ZZZ has done a proof of concept with the extraction mode, because there also is like a time factor to that. There's also like other factors like the hound that spawns if you get too much money, but I think there's a proof of concept where you can like, and again, the reason I give ZZZ praise for this is because it's like a brave thing to do, but to take people's gacha characters and then power them down to some like baseline level of power and then force them then to like engage with the progression system in this new mode, I think is like very something a lot more games should take note of. So I don't know. So like if 999 Nights either didn't have the difficulty or the time pressure, or whether it's just like the combat of NTE combat that isn't that good. I don't know, maybe they need to like design some better characters or something. ZZ mode is good. Agreed. I concur. I think two things can be true. Monetization can be aggressive, or not like the gotcha part, but still like the game enough to promote it. I mean, I think there's some cases like, with a theory of restart, for example, where it's like, okay, like I don't think anybody's that heavy on a theory of restart, but $9.99 mode felt like it only gets good once you get good gear and activate gear sets. Before that, it's a slog to kind of get through. Is it grindy?
And nobody wants to feel like they lost trying to acquire a character. Spending money to acquire a character.
Listen, I'll say this, all right? You know the easiest answer to what Gacha Smack is saying here? All right, I'll say this. If you have a gacha game where you've lost an obscene amount of 50-50s, just quit. It wasn't meant to be. You and that game weren't meant to be. It was just not. It's not fated. Move on to another game. A game hates you. And honestly, if the game wanted to keep you around, it wouldn't fucking have you lose that many fucking 50-50s, man. Some of you motherfuckers I do viewer polls for, and you show me your history and you've lost 14 50-50s in a row. Brother, quit, man. Why are you keep playing? That's just fucking cock and ball torture at that point. Like, come on, dude. Just fucking move on, all right?
Again, I don't know. I don't disagree. I mean, you can call me a fence sitter, but like I don't necessarily disagree with what he's saying, but I do think it's missing the forest for the trees. Kind of focusing more on like the individual experience or whatever. There needs to be time pressure in all games to create tension, IMO. That's why the newer chess tournaments are popular. The time limits are set to 30. Okay. Yeah, because I think, like in, the reason why the time thing works in Elden Ring Night Rain is, because for one, you're not paying for power. There's not a mechanism for the devs to say like pay for more power, which again, I think is, I don't know, like if a whale in the extraction mode of ZZZ, because you maintain your copies and signature weapon, so like you might feel more powerful, but I think that generally in the mode, like you get better gear, and I think it's not really like, oh, I can't play this mode if I don't have 2 copies of a character, Smack can take sponsorships all he wants, but if he's going to lecture people about protesting 50-50 systems, don't recommend me NTE. Recommend me a good gacha game, or wait for it, a retail game. I don't think he has a problem recommending retail games, but I guess I understand. I guess I get it. I just I guess it all comes back to NTE at the end of the day. It's just NTE is just NTE just what doesn't have the sauce. When it comes to 999 Nights, at least it's not edge space salvage. Oh shit, we were watching a vid. Oh yeah, some people might have forgotten, or yeah. Again, I'm not trying to be like the Godsmack can speak for himself. Obviously, I'm not trying to be the guy who's like, oh, this is what he's trying to say. I think like my personal interpretation is that, again, I think there's a difference between, when it comes to like maybe recommending a free to play game, because I think the way it works essentially is that, look, NTE is free. I think that, naturally, again, gacha activism doesn't work. So telling someone to play NTE, like out of out of guilt tripping them because it has a better monetization system and you need to play this game because it's monetization, like it'll change the trajectory of gacha monetization in the industry. Like that's not going to work, obviously, because people if they're just not having fun, they're just not going to play it, no matter how good the monetization is. But I think what's really like the heart of what's being said is that, like create an environment where people who maybe have not heard of NTE or have not tried it might feel like trying it because it's free. And when they try it, if NTE is a game that genuinely speaks to them and they genuinely love it and have fun playing it, then, NTE just acquired a new player. But if NTE, did not do its job of being a good video game to that person, then that person will just bounce off of it and won't play it, right? I think it's more about creating the environment where, essentially, if a company gives goodwill, then you're more inclined to give them goodwill in return. So if a game is like very aggressive with its monetization, then you're going to be maybe more harsh about how you speak about it or how you recommend it to people. But again, even if it's the case where the game is genuinely like in lower quality, so the developers had to like lower the monetization. Even if that's the case, I mean, hey, like Baldur's Gate 3 was in early access for how many years? It was like several years, right? And because I mean, obviously they had something special from the beginning, but because players were kind of like buying into early access and kind of supporting and engaging in the community and giving feedback and stuff, then they were eventually able to come out with the end product of Baldur's Gate 3. So, and that was from Larian Studios, who was smaller at the time, and they might have not had that opportunity without early access. I think the same thing for Power World, right? So there is something to be said about, even if it's a smaller developer team with a maybe lesser quality game, it could be better. Like Warframe had a very, transformative live service development because people were like sticking with it, even through it's like its rough patches. So I don't know. I just don't think the intention is to say like, ignore more fun games. Like if you're having more fun playing like Zenless or Wua or whatever, like you shouldn't do that. And you should instead go force yourself to play NTE, because NTE is like, has better monetization. Does that make sense? The issue with ZZ is the game is simply too easy these days. You can run into hard mode DA enemy for entire first phase on a character, not build tanky and not die. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's something that's first of all exclusive to ZZ, and I feel like ZZ is a bit more reactive than other games that legitimately just ask you to base tank damage and heal your way through all the damage you're taking and just DPS. I don't know. You can give me all the characters for free, but if the game is shit, you won't play it. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I mean, I totally support, like, again, I'm not supporting like strapping people down to their gamer chairs in their fucking gamer grease and like forcing them to play NTE every single day. If you don't like it, then like at the end of the day, as like maybe nice or as much benefit of the doubt you want to extend to developers, maybe they're trying their best to make a good game, et cetera, et cetera. They're dealing with management, whatever. At the end of the day, this is a business, and if someone doesn't like the game, they're not going to play it. So it's not impossible to have fun with NTE. Look at people that bounced off ZZ and Enfield. Some people just like different things. Yeah. And I mean, the other thing is like, if a game, apparently there are other like city gacha games coming out. So like, a game could come out that does NTE's niche but better, and then like NTE could suffer for it, right? I think NTE is also benefiting from the fact that like nothing like it really exists right now. Even though there's some clear, obvious like with the combat and stuff like that, there's like some clear inspirations. But in terms of like city, like driving around a car in a city in a gacha game that I'm aware of at least. Isn't NTE part of one of the biggest corpos at its core though? Baldur's Gate was more passion project. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, Hada. I guess Hada isn't necessarily a fucking indie dev, but like I give NTE flack for like for the AI usage when it came to like ripping off Weathering with You and stuff like that. It just seemed incredibly lazy and like not very in the spirit of in the spirit of creation or whatever. But there are certain things like that that maybe speak to like a lower lower developer competency or whatever. VG3 was originally a Kickstarter game too. Yeah. I don't know. We can let this play a little more.
Like, that's ridiculous. Okay, are you quitting Enfield? No, bro. But like, that's different. You can't compare me to the average fucking person. I'm paid to fucking play these games. You know, like every time I press the go live button, I'm getting paid. You know, so like it's not.
Well, see, I don't get it because yeah, like he says I don't know. I guess it's different from being sponsored by a company. It's like someone saying, don't promote these buy-to-play games that are $70 with $60 microtransactions. Instead, promote this $60 game with $30 microtransactions. Is it the same? Is it the same? I mean, I don't know. I think generally when it comes to recommending gacha games, because they're all free to play, I think generally, like we have our own like likes and dislikes, and if someone's asking me to like recommend them something, I mean, obviously I have like my biases and things I like and dislike, but I also think at the end of the day, because they're free, people are able to jump in and try them out themselves and figure out, do I like this or not? Because people are all going to be different and have different preferences. So like, yeah, maybe there's someone that genuinely likes the Fawn's grind of NTE, and like maybe like what they really enjoy in a gacha game is pulling their characters and then dressing them in a swimsuit and then taking them to their apartment and just like holding their hand and going around the city or something. I don't know. Like maybe that's just what someone like genuinely is looking for, and they don't really care for combat. Or I don't know. Like maybe the market isn't as big for something like that, but maybe that person exists. Hub doesn't tell people what to play. That's the difference. Okay, so did it come off as Gacha Smack telling people what to play? Is that one of the issues? What I'm kind of getting is that the reason people didn't like it is it came off as what, like moralizing or grandstanding,
Name, right? See, he is paid.
I don't know if that's the vibe that I got.
You guys
but
watching me. I have an incentive to keep playing these games because not only do I find them fun, but also there's people who happen to watch me play them. So I don't really like lose out as like an average person, right? But an average person who's losing out fucking 14, 50s in a row, man. Listen, I'm going to keep it a buck, chat. I've had the gacha games way in the past that I used to play. And people who know me from way back when, like 2016,
Being a copy is all right as long as it has quality. It's like Eliza P. Yeah, I'm not really on board with the whole like, if something took inspiration from something else. Like, okay, yeah, there's like some heavy-handed inspiration sometimes that happens. I think generally, if the game is good, it'll pass on its own. But
2017,
and like I think we also underestimate. I saw this clip that I thought had some validity to it, but I forgot who it was, but someone was basically saying that we kind of underestimate just how much inspiration happens in this sphere, like all the time. And a lot of the times inspiration, isn't, sometimes it's obvious, like obviously intentional, but sometimes it's just, human beings, we experience things, and the things we like, we kind of like, we kind of keep them in our brains. And so if you're going to create something, it kind of feels like obviously you would pull on, your experiences. It's like, it's just super hard. Like, today it's just super hard for like everything to be totally new.
2015 back then, they know they're gachas that treated me like dog shit, and I fucking flat out uninstall quit them cold turkey. Okay, because
I think specifically naming NTE kind of looks like that. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I guess that's, you know, when someone is sponsored, everyone has to kind of, you know, take things with a grain of salt, I suppose.
Point you have to understand, this game just ain't for you. All right, God himself is intervening and being like, bro, quit this shit. And you're like, all right, yo, Big G, I see you. I'm out of here. Like, you know,
in and of itself is a fool's errand. It's foolish, but it's also a part of the gacha culture, and that's a battle I gave up on a long time ago. However,
what?
if foolish.
So look at the Power Worlds devs, how many times they took inspiration from other games. Yeah. You can copy my homework, but don't make it obvious. If you make it obvious, people are going to crap on you. I don't know, dude. I just think the way consumer culture is, like, this is another, you know, this is another reason why I don't think gacha activism is, I don't think people engage in it as much as some people say, but I also think it's obviously not effective. Like, most activism isn't effective because consumer culture, bro, is just so fucking, like, it's just all about maximizing like short-term pleasure and what like feels good or kind of benefits you in the moment. It's not about considering like, oh, but like, you know, this company infringed on this other company's IP. I mean, maybe if you have some like kind of parasocial relationship with the developers or something, there are people like that with like Bungie or whatever, other like long-standing studios, but you know, I think for the most part, if the game is just fun and it gives someone like pleasure and joy, I don't know if they're as like, I don't know if they care about that as much. The copying plus it being bad is what gives a bad impression. Okay, yeah, that's fair. I quit Enfield and ZZ cold turkey multiple times already. I just go back when something interesting is getting added. I don't know if you can say cold turkey in that scenario. I don't know if that applies in that scenario. I quit it cold turkey. I just go back whenever something looks cool. I don't know if cold turkey applies there, but you know. Yay, more React slop, just as my doctor prescribed. We're 9 minutes in. How long has the stream been going so far? 2 hours? Wow, time really just flies, huh?
Spending a lot more money than
now, time just really flies when you're having fun.
And nobody wants to feel like they lost trying to acquire a character. Spending money to acquire a character in and of itself is a fool's errand. It's foolish, but it's also a part of the gacha culture. And that's
so is this what people don't like, I guess, is like bashing gacha culture, but at the same time being sponsored by gacha games? Is that what people think is like hypocritical? Holy 8-hour stream, videos 44 minutes. To be fair, I think we've kind of like, you know, jumped ahead on many topics, so we might end up going through later parts of the video faster. But once again, pointing to the MW2 boycott poster. Or like, or you know, like the PlayStation thing with PlayStation getting rid of hard disk. And bro, like, this kind of shows that we're in like late stage consumer culture. But the fact that PlayStation did that, knew that people would not like it, and then literally said in a statement, yeah, people aren't going to like it, but they're going to get over it. So because they want to keep playing the games. Like, people are just going to get over it and deal with it. And like, they'll just move on. And we don't really care if people are angry right now. Because like, at the end of the day, they're just going to keep consuming. Like, I feel like if a company's just saying that, like at least back in the day, they used to pretend. At least they used to pretend like how like about their like reputation with consumers, you know. But it's kind of true. Like, if you have a PlayStation and you like PlayStation games, you're not gonna stop buying PlayStation games and PlayStations. You know.
How do I gave up on a long time ago? However, if you could choose to have a 50-50 system or not have a 50-50 system, most would say F the 50-50 system. Well, now we're living in a gacha space where
World's professional yapper.
developers are competing for your time and your money because the gacha space isn't increasing in volume enough to overcompensate for oversaturation and fragmentation. And when those two variables compound on top of each other, now you get a very competitive market where the future gacha games now have to give you better incentives, better monetary incentives and practices for free-to-play friendly teams and dynamics, or I'm sorry, games and dynamics, so that you want to try their game and potentially leave the game you're playing or try to squeeze in their game with the game you're playing.
Is your
And
age
here
in
lies the
years.
problem. Here comes the end of an era. Because this is becoming a over-blaring
So is there any problems with what he's saying right now? Because I feel like this is somewhat that conclusion, right, that I was talking about, that I think makes sense. I guess if you wanted to speak definitively, you need like user numbers and stuff that we'll never have because companies are like never going to share that, but like user data or whatever. But when it comes to oversaturation in a market, do we have any econ majors here? Does that make sense? Yeah, you can also just not get PlayStation next time. I think honestly, that's why they went back to their exclusive. Like before they were putting exclusives on PC. I think the reason they maybe stopped doing that is they're like, we can just do whatever we want and have exclusives and people will buy PlayStation. I don't know. But yeah. Stopped buying EA games long ago and never went back to them. But like, was that because of like, they did something morally that you don't like? Or is it because you just like lost interest in the game? In the games they were making? Who cares about that when the game is bad? Well, I mean, to be careful, I mean, the game is maybe bad to you, but like there might be some people, I mean, judging from NTE revenue, again, like these revenue numbers are like fake and stuff, but we also maybe heard, I feel like there's been like reporting from people talking to people in the company. This could be misinformation. But they've made like a decent chunk of money off of NTE. And it doesn't seem like a dead game. It's not like Marathon. It's not like they did a marathon, you know? Gachas are competing for your time is true. Problem is assuming a game can't be free to play friendly with 50-50s. Yeah, I think when it comes to the process, like again, I think 50-50s are not the boogeyman that some people are saying they are, or that maybe Smack is saying that it is. Maybe, you know, you could say that there's a vocal minority of people out there that are creating the impression that it is. So that's why 50-50 should be like avoided. I don't know. Reaching the right answer with the wrong equation. What Smack's saying is TBH. Oversaturation is quite an overstatement, especially when the statement is often made retroactively. Excuse me. What do you mean by that? Are we at perfect competition levels of supply demand, or has supply outdone demand? We cannot determine in the present. Okay, that's fair. That makes sense now. Okay. So it's something that's very hard to tell in the moment when like a trend is passing or when something's oversaturated. Like I guess you'll only know when games start to like omega flop and EOS and stuff. Is that kind of what you're saying? Oh, really? Okay. So EA did something bad. Okay. I didn't see all the Nike fans lording their non-50-50 over people. NTE is a perfectly good game for you. He's assuming people will jump onto anything that is if it's free to play friendly, not taking into account quality. That was a more general statement. I just don't care how good a gacha system is. I won't play a game that when you don't enjoy it yourself. Marathon slander impossible. The game will be alive for 100 years. Trust. Marathon 100 years. We'll see. We'll see about that. I think Marathon, if it doesn't increase its player numbers within a year, could potentially get cut. I don't know. Gacha is the last thing that would like make you want to quit a gacha game. Yes, because in the long run, non-productive companies shut down while surviving companies distinct themselves from the market that has become oversaturated. Yeah, it's a miscellaneous. Okay, yeah, makes sense. I mean, I guess then we'll see what Silver Palace does. I guess we'll see what Silver Palace does. Majority of disagreement seems to stem from misunderstanding, misrepresentation, and refusal to accept the nuances of Smack's character. Crazy how many ways people can interpret the same dialogue. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if you go to the comments of this video, something that stood out to me is that for some reason a lot of these people don't like Gacha Smack. Like, I just didn't know that was the case. Something that I did realize recently, though, which it could be a very, very driving factor in this, is that there is that one terminally online community that Gacha Smack is one of their like core Satan figures. If you know, you know, and they like hate him with a passion now. If you know, you know, and those people are obviously very vocal across many different corners of the internet. So I feel like that probably change, like, it is like not insignificant. Someone whose first gacha was Enfield and quit NTE in like a week, I'd say for people who are new to gacha, the gacha system itself doesn't matter. Destiny went over 10 years. Yeah. I think the no 50/50 will only really catch on as a trend if like a Hoyo, Kuro, or Hypergriff quality game releases with no 50/50 and actually takes market share from current existing games. I've seen this video get reacted to many times. Yeah, it was pretty big when it came out a couple weeks ago. People hate him because he plays gacha and says he hates gacha. I don't think he said he hates gacha here though. I mean, he did say earlier like there are like redeeming qualities that make the game fun, make the games fun. Core Satan figures, you know what I mean? Like, you know, there's like you're on your enemy list, like on your hate list. Gacha Smack's fine. He's just like normal, like a normal person. Like the Enfield Doom posters, part of them, yeah. There's some overlap there.
Problem for developers and publishers, they now are forced naturally to make their games way more accessible and free-to-play friendly than the ones you're currently playing. And this is where things get interesting.
I actually disagree. I only think the games that you see that are doing that and following this phenomenon are doing it because they know they can't compete bar for bar. I think the games who are giving you guarantee character, guarantee weapon, stuff like that, they do that because they know straight up if they put everything down on the table, they can't compete against companies like Kuro and Hoyo. Honestly, I'd even put fucking like Griffline and like, you know, those old timeless fucking companies who have been there for gacha. I don't think they can. If you put some of these games, put like a trajectory of like 2-3 years down the road that are doing these, their numbers are not going to be competing against Hoyo or Kuro or any of those top dogs, right? It's just Kuro is literally that. Kuro literally has a 50-50 character banner. What do you mean? Weapon? Oh, true, bro. Because they have guaranteed weapon, that suddenly makes their 50-50 character banner not exist. If you want to talk about that, right? It's smart of Kuro to change up on the formula a little bit and make the weapon guaranteed.
Guys,
to attract
again,
more people.
I feel like I should make a dedicated video on this, but I feel like it'll make some people angry. But I still maintain that I personally, as a player who have played all these games, I like Enfield's weapon system more than any other game I've played. I'll say it. I know that I know some people don't like that, but I like it more than any other game I've played. I've had a better experience with it. Like actually on the day-to-day playing, when you're like day-to-day playing it. But the weapon system is definitely like one of the things that is the most Doom posted and like slandered and propagandized.
People, right? Because let's be honest, what is one of the most bastard dog shit fucking mechanics Hoyo has ever created? Their fucking travesty of a weapon system, right? So like it's, if anything,
Audible gasp. Nice glaze bolts. Bro, that's the thing is like, again, it's one of those things that is so like outside of like the Overton window of like discussion on Enfield to say that you like the weapon system. It's like outside the Overton window. So people like don't like it when you say that, but that's just how I feel. That's been my experience like actually playing the games. You love it and will die on that hill. You know what you love? You know what I love more? Not having a weapon system? Okay, well, yeah, I mean, I guess pulling for stats is generally not cool. Your best videos made a lot of people angry. I feel like that's part of the game, just how it goes. People don't realize how generous Enfield's weapon system actually is. Not a hot take if you play Enfield. You're 4 for 4 with weapons and characters. You want an Enfield, so yeah, that's more than other games you play. I mean, I think even outside of like personal luck, right? I just like the way that weapons are designed in, again, I need to just make a dedicated video on this because I keep talking about it in stream and we go on these tangents, but like just the general, philosophy approach to weapon designs where, like I think that one big element of FOMO with signature weapons when devs design them is that they know that it's just way more satisfying to have a weapon equipped to a character that like complements their kit, right? And if you're not using a signature weapon in other games, then like 9 times out of 10, there's really no like good option that perfectly like capitalizes on their kit and like complements them and is usable for them. So that's one element, is just like psychological, like essentially FOMO, but like psychological, like frustration, right? And that's something you can overcome. I guess you can overcome that. But the other thing is, first of all, is like the power differential that is used. So it's obviously a mechanism with these levers and knobs in terms of power creep and DPS strike endgame. It's obviously a mechanism that is used to like, oh, there's a really anticipated character, like give her a weapon that, is a 40% damage difference from the next best option. Like, do some weird scalings with their kit so that they need their signature weapon and there's literally no other weapon that works for them. So there's that. And to me, the absolute worst, the cardinal sin of signature weapons is giving the character like a glaring issue in their kit and then having the weapon like fix that issue. I think Honkai Star Rail is the main perpetrator of that. Of like, this character is like essentially not a character without their signature. I think there's been many such examples of that in Star Rail. And, even if it's something where like this character has like energy issue, like wants to spam their ultimate, and the only way to achieve like a rotation with their ultimate, where you can like keep its like uptime consistent, is like with the signature weapon. Like otherwise it's impossible. And like, yeah, that's bad. And like Enfield does not engage in that. It doesn't have the DPS check endgame. And as far as like the psychological frustration of having like the satisfaction of having a weapon that fits a character's kit, you have the battle pass weapons, which are 6 stars and like pseudo signatures. They're like kind of made for the banner character. And even you get one of those free per patch, and every time they add new ones, they like add it to the actual box, so that the box by this point has like, I don't know, 20 fucking weapons in there. So you can get them like all the way going back. I think you can get them going all the way back to like the first one. So anyway, bro, this is why the reacts take like fucking forever, is because we go off on these tangents. Anyway, that's the spiel. Oh, there's even more to it that I didn't get into, actually. There's even more that I could say more on it. Enfield's weapon system is good, but you feel like NTE is better now, at least when it comes to getting the currency. People forget Enfield's battle pass offers 6-star weapon on the free tier. I don't really know what NTE does. I hear thundering, guys. I hear thundering. Please no power outage. Yeah, in Enfield, you always have the BP. Yeah. HSR is very E0 S1 heavy. Yeah. Yeah. There's a clear generational gap between people who know what a spark system is and those who think 50-50 is the worst it can be. A generational gap. Even now with Lino, her BP weapon is better than the SIG for healing if you prefer that instead of extra damage because it's more comfy. HSR makes the characters incomplete without their light cone and E2. It's insane. Dude, I think, like, crazy thing is that I kind of like HSR for what it is, but, you know, like if Silver Palace comes out and it's good, I could, like, the next time a really good game comes out, like, HSR is on the chopping block simply because, like, the normalization of, like, pulling E2 and HSR is, like, kind of insane to me. It's extremely normalized. Like, oh, just pull an E2. Oh, your Firefly isn't working? You just pull E2, bro. Like, why don't you have E2 Firefly? You wanted her to work? Why are you're being entitled? You didn't pull her E2 and you're complaining about her not working? Like, you can still get all BP weapons? Yeah. They still have Labs BP weapon? Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, Reverse 99 is completely free to play for the weapons. Yeah, that would be the preferable way, for sure. Okay, the other thing I was going to say about the weapons in Enfield is that I actually prefer how you acquire the weapon pool currency. Because I think we've talked about this, but you know, in other games, they're asking you to, you know, you share the same like currency for pulling weapons and characters. So when you're pulling on a weapon, you are like directly sacrificing characters to do that. So, you know, and then that's why they're incentivized to make you like really want that weapon. Because every time you pull a weapon, that's like a character you could have gotten, you know, or at least like a 50-50 on a character you could have gotten. So they're like really incentivized to make you want that weapon. And, you know, when you pull it, you're sacrificing characters. And like look, in Enfield, if you wanted to, you could just like keep pulling on the character banner to get more weapon currency. If you like needed to get that signature weapon right then and there, it would be like really dumb, but like, I mean, you could. And I think it's like kind of the same as just going like clicking on a different weapon banner and it's like just more steps than the way that I've thought about it. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but it's just kind of the same as like clicking on a weapon banner and then pulling on that with like more steps. You just pull on the character banner, convert it to gacha currency, and then go pull on the weapon banner. But like because the weapon banners then stay for 3 patches after, for 3 banners afterwards, then like if you were pulling any of those upcoming characters, then if you were low on currency, you could maybe just get it then. I know it's not perfect. Like no system is perfect, but in terms of like the day-to-day of me playing it, I've also like gotten more signature weapons. I think I get more signature weapons in Enfield than I get like in other games, you know, because I try and ignore signature weapons as much as I can. So I don't know, dude. I don't know. Tangent, I guess. This was a React video, by the way, but Starl has a lot. You need Sig or you need R5 Gacha 4-star. Yeah. I don't know, dude. Like I remember there was so like I made the example of Himiko Nova because she's on banner right now, but you know, like her banner gives energy. There was what was her name? Aglaya, who was like super light cone dependent. She's like light cone dependent and Sunday dependent. So it's just designed like that is annoying. They could just give people option to roll with character pool currency to satisfy those people. Well, the thing is just I just like the current philosophy. Like my fear, right? Because we're talking about like creating different incentive structures. My fear is that if you did that, then now the devs are monetarily incentivized to design like weapons to be more required, like way more required, and for like the free to play options to be like ass. Because now, if we can get them to pull on the weapon banner with their aura barrels, then, you know, they'll have less aura barrels when the character they want comes up. So, you know, they could still do that, obviously, but, you know, I don't want to poke that bear. Like if it's a sleeping bear right now, I don't want to poke that bear personally. In other games, you spend, say, $100 and get 40 pools of weapon or character. In Enfield, if you do the same and pull on a character to get the weapon pools, your $100 may result in almost nothing. I mean, yeah, I think that's why doing that is stupid. Like pulling on a character banner to get freaking Arsenal tickets for the weapon gacha is like a dumb thing to do. But, you know, I feel like it's comparable, isn't it? Oh, like what you're saying is that in other games you spend 100 to get 40 pulls, you could get nothing. Yeah, I don't know. It's like the same level of nothing. Aglaya is light cone, Sunday, and E1 dependent or E2 with the energy regen Eidolon. HSR is the game that created the term E2 merchant, isn't it? I watched a video on that. There's some like DPS characters like Finon who's like very E2 dependent. Yeah, it takes more than 120 character pools, max bid. Yeah. Okay, yeah. The way they have it right now is fine. Only thing we need, as always in any game, is more currency. Everything else will naturally sort itself out. Yeah. In the long term, if future units get broken dupe effects, then pulling multiple times for more dupes has the double benefit of stronger busted unit plus arsenal currency. I mean, yeah, but the thing is, like, I don't want them to do that. Like, as far as duplicates go, because here's the thing: if DPS check endgame is not like heavily being pushed, then I think like if duplicates just give like a boost in the character's DPS, that's fine. I really don't like it when duplicates are like, again, taking a part of the character's base kit, ripping it out, and putting it in like the E2. You know, that's bad. HSR has its pros and cons, agree. Like, yeah, I still play HSR now. I like HSR. There's a lot of good things about it. I mean, it has some decent game modes like with currency wars, you know? It's kind of the only one that's fulfilling my like turn-based combat desire as well. E2 merchant from HSR, yeah. I'd argue Enfield is a counter argument to Gotcha Smack's video because there's still FOMO even if you remove the 50-50. Gotcha's only bad because we got to chase the character on their limited runs. I mean, Enfield still has a 50-50. So I don't know. E2 merchant is more of an assessment of resource allocation, i.e. if you want that character to become stronger, best thing you can do is invest selfishly. I don't know, like my Finon doesn't really work anymore. Maybe I could. I mean, I don't have Sidra for him. I don't have like his supports. I don't have his light cone. I don't have any dupes. My icon, my Finon is like extremely naked. And he like doesn't really feel like he works anymore. Anyway, this react's gonna be like 100 hours
It's
long.
smart that Kuro keeps the 50-50 character, but then adds a little bit of different things, right? Isn't that his argument? Okay, I get that, but I'm sorry, man. A lot of the other games that are coming out post fucking WUA their quality's not there to match. Like it's not the same. Like if the games have the quality, then sure, right? But like NTE,
I think he's talking about NTE here. I mean, I think Enfield and Zenless match like that quality. I think he's talking about stuff like NTE. HSR is only tolerable when you don't play endgame. Dude, I feel like I do okay on the normal endgames, but now that they added Starward, it's very hit or miss if I'll pass or not. I have an E2 S1 Saber, so I play her with Gilgamesh and Sunday and Wowo, and like she can kind of do well, but like to me, like my experience is that I basically need like a few more E2 S1 characters to pass Starward mode. And that's kind of what their intention is with that difficulty scaling or like HP scaling. Cause like, I don't know, my E0 S1 Archer, E0 S1 Rin team can kind of do okay, but kind of because they're being shilled right now. Barely feel FOMO and Enfield since every single content's clearable with Goofy at Endman team. TBH, I agree. It's just NTE that doesn't match WUA though. Their gacha, although their gacha is great. You said a lot, not all. Yeah. Some of the games that come out after that have a guarantee with no 50-50.
bro, it's like the speed laugh emote right now. All right, listen, NTE is a fun game, right? There's lots of side shit that's fun, but like, bro, bar for bar, if I put NT next to Wuthering Waves, it's not even close. It's not even close, man. Right? Don't get me wrong. Driving around in the city is fun. Racing.
People are not ready for this discussion, but characters being incomplete with clear avenues for improvement is a convenient and transparent path for casuals to pay to win in a roundabout way. I feel like we're ready for that. I feel like we can handle that. Gave up on Starward. I mean, you can still 12 out of 12 on the normal difficulty, but Starward kind of pissed me off, I'm not gonna lie. My only understanding of NTE is from Arikado's vid, where it's apparently very buggy. Which Arikado vid? I know Arikado doesn't like NTE. I know he doesn't like NTE, so...
is fun, stuff like that. It's all fun, but no. Mongol Star Dive? Mongol Star Dive. Yep. Listen, I'm not promoting war. It's not that. It's just you have to understand that some of these games, I think the developers directly offset their inability to fight these other companies and brands face to face with quality by giving basically quality of life. And it works. It does. It does work. But I think they're forced to do that because they don't have the resources to.
I mean, I think this is like a basic economic thing though. You see this in everything, not just video games. You see this everywhere. You know, I think that's why I was saying that, you know, consumers naturally decide for themselves. You know, might not even be conscious. It might be like subconscious. It might be like something that just happens in the background, but they kind of decide for themselves if, you know, they because all of this stuff exists on a spectrum. They have like their scales and they weigh both like monetization and quality and all of this stuff. And, you know, everyone's going to have their own like sweet spot where like it balances out. Maybe someone who isn't willing to you know, only wants like the highest quality of everything is willing to like pay more or something. If we're talking about somebody who like acquires every character and signature. People that hate NTE dropped NTE, so they haven't seen any of the improvements. I feel like as I've been seeing like some of their updates, I don't know. I mean, it feels like some of their updates, like it has some soul to it, you know, like it seems like they're trying to come up with new stuff. Like, you know, they're like being somewhat innovative. I mean, it was, you know, surprising to me that 999 Nights, even if it was flawed in some ways, it's surprising to me they even like attempted that so early, you know? I mean, it took Zenless a couple of years to get to Zenkov, and it's amazing. And like, I really liked Zenless before all this just because I like the game, but you know, and Zenless is probably the most bold out of all the Hoyo games, if we're being honest, in terms of like how quickly it moves to change things, like removing the TV mode early on. They're probably like the most bold out of all the like big games. Yeah, the combat animations of, yeah, I see what y'all are saying. I don't know. I mean, dude, even Wuthering Waves addresses like, you could like, I think first of all, him saying that like the quality is better is kind of a subjective statement. I mean, I think if you're trying to, it's kind of hard to make objective statements like that, because even if the game is like has high like fidelity, is still like, you know, it's going to be subjective whether someone like vibes with certain game design choices and such. So, I mean, even Wuthering Waves, like it satisfies a different flavor of like combat enjoyer than other games might. Like it's very like animation heavy. I think they've moved away from reactivity, more animation heavy, more like, you know, rotation heavy, that sort of thing. Enemies like move around a lot, and you know, they'll just, you know, characters will have like nuke AoE range attacks. They'll just like nuke the entire arena, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, the point is that it satisfies like a different flavor, and people will naturally like that. Maybe again, like maybe people, I don't know, does NTE push their combat that much? Like I'm someone that values combat, so that's why I kind of bounced off of their combat system. But if these people like, if there's someone who just like doesn't really care for gacha combat, and they're pretty satisfied with like, you know, here's some cool animations, you know, just press like mash some buttons and you're done with it, and then you can go back to like, you know, holding hands with the new like swimsuit character, then like you can do that, I guess. Heard NT had an event where the map was similar to Expedition 33. They definitely have soul to them. Yeah, I think we talked about that. Yeah, it's the 999 Nights. Yeah. Everyone's experience is different, but for you, Wu is very unoptimized and laggy. Apparently so the new patch hasn't come out, but apparently they showed off they're making optimizations. They changed the programming language or something of the game. So according to them, performance will improve. According to them, I guess it remains to be seen. ZZ is Hoyo's favorite child. It's what they put their soul into, and it shows how much less revenue it gets compared to its brothers. I mean, yeah, I think ZZ's in the green. I don't think it's like in the red. I think it's like ever been in the red, but yeah, I think I agree with that. I would agree with that. You just turned into more expensive Punishing Gray Raven. I'd rather stay on PGR because it has 100% rate up, no 50-50. Yeah, just like McDonald's and Burger King. I mean, it's kind of a bad example. Does anyone fuck with Burger King? Does literally anybody fuck with Burger King at all? Sorry, was that toxic? My bad. Burger King fans. NTE more casual for combat. Ooh, is just VFX slop combat? Horse emoji? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Wait, he said those Genshin players are doing gun and balls strats in Sneznaya now? Gun and ball gamers? Oh, wait a sec. Peak? You're talking about Peak?
That's just gonna be astronomically better, you know? Because at this point, right, what is realistically gonna get people away from Genshin Wu and like ZZZ, like that camp of people, right, players? What's gonna get people out of that? It's literally gonna be like the fucking next, I don't know, the greatest gacha game ever, right? And that's his point. Listen, I think his point is
well, okay, but here's the thing, right? Is like so what I think the divide is that Fob is saying that like what's going to take consumers away from old games is quality, and what Smack is saying is that monetization could be something that will take people away from the games. Bro, I don't think these are like mutually exclusive. Again, call me a fucking fence sitter, my bad, but like I don't think these are even mutually exclusive. I think like this stuff exists on a spectrum and people like take into account both of them. But I also think like the idea with saying like a new game of a higher quality is going to steal people away is like kind of in the same vein as saying like, oh, there's going to be a Genshin killer that comes out. There's going to be, you know, like when people said there's going to be a Destiny killer, you know, COD killer. Like, I think, you know, I don't know if that's necessarily like the end all be all, you know, like a great game could come out and people could just play Genshin and the new game. You know, I feel like if anything, there needs to be like, you know, 4 or 5 games, like the entire industry needs to like shift dramatically. And, you know, there needs to be like 4 or 5 games that are of great quality and better monetization to make people say like, I think I'm done with Genshin or Wua or whatever. And that's something that would only happen like, I don't know, fucking 15, 20 years from now. I don't know. And even then people will have like strong attachment to the games they've spent many years in. And like with Destiny, the only thing that killed Destiny is Bungie. So I play FGO, shit's fine. Ha ha ha. Okay, that sounds a little forced. That sounded a little forced, but one thing that annoys me is that people keep trashing Genshin and then cry when Genshin fans don't leave it for the better game. Because yeah, I still think Genshin's like a good game too. Is that a hot take as well? Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with Genshin either. Remember the WoW killers? Yeah, I think that's why just looking at it one way or another, like saying that only like the a you know higher quality game coming out will take people away from Genshin, like I don't know, for many people, like Genshin is like they've been playing it for 6 years at this point. Genshin is like their like peak gaming experience, you know? They just love it. They just love Genshin. And nothing's gonna like take them away from Genshin at this point. I don't know. Not really, since the Genshin killer is synonymous with only Smack's version of it, that gacha that's Genshin but cheaper gacha, while Fob is implying a Solar Palace are better. Okay, I mean, yeah, fair enough. I think in general, that's why the whole like activism thing, like, I don't know if anybody's, again, advocating for gacha activism. I think it's more of like, if there was to be a shift, it would be for this reason, is what I think is being said. I get down with some Genshin, just not playing it every day. Yeah. Sounds right on paper, but not practical. Here's where nuance from the intra-industry model comes in. There are more explanations on why consumers stick to old products than choosing newcomers. Do you want to drop some of them for our education? Oh yeah, I also have my eye on that 1000 Saint Quartz in a year. Yeah, I also have my eye on that, TBH. Trying to finish Ordeal Call. God, I'm so fucking whipped right now by FGO. Why? Why am I whipped by FGO? I really just want to pull, what's her name? I don't even know her name, and I want to pull her. The director. But apparently they gave, oh, sorry, spoilers for FGO. Apparently they gave her like a really traumatic ending. Like, Nasu loves to do this thing where he'll like bait you thinking like, oh, it's going to be a happy ending. This character is going to go through all of this, and then there's going to be like some sort of nice happy ending at the end of it. And then apparently he did all of that and just fucking gave her like the most traumatic, like, you know, trauma filled, depressing ending of all time. So new monetization or better fidelity are notable contributors, but not the key factor. That makes sense. Yeah. If Smack is being theoretical, it makes sense, but call to action is always going to look bad. Okay, so it's like the call to action. That's what we were talking about earlier too. Like, what was the pain point here? So, oh yeah, Olga Marie. Yeah, Olga Marie. Freaking love Olga Marie, bro. God, that sounds like fate. And I hate Nasu sometimes. I fucking hate this guy sometimes. Just give me one happy ending, brother. Just literally just one. Couldn't do that? Couldn't freaking do that? This guy hates happy endings. Yeah, okay. I guess maybe like people consider call to actions to be cringe.
Trend? I don't think it's an industry trend. I think his point is that this is an industry trend. I don't think it's an industry trend. I think it's just it's a trend amongst companies that don't have the means to compete at the top. But it's not a trend towards like, I don't think it's a trend.
No joy maxing FGO? No.
That I would expect the people who are already at the top to follow through on. Look at Arknight's Enfield, right? Does Arknight's Enfield follow that trend of what Gacha Smack is saying? I don't think so. So, I mean, look at the fucking new blue archive gacha change we just saw. Bro, I don't think the companies who are at the top, who are established, are doing that. And when that's the case, I don't think that's an industry move. I think it's just a move by people who need to at the bottom. Or at the, you know, the middle tiers. The top dogs are the ones that actually determine like what the real trend towards the industry should be. I think it's an underdog move. I think doing like the whole, oh, guaranteed weapon plus guaranteed character, no 50-50 thing is like,
Gacha activism isn't really possible. Devs don't really get punished if their fans are upset for 1 or 2 patches, as long as most of the year was good and they provide something unique that competitors don't. Oh, you're going to see quite a few reasons if you do the survey. There's a section on what makes you keep playing the game that lists everything. Okay. Maybe we'll do the survey tomorrow then. And then you said, activism surely will happen because one guy known to take sponsor money from companies advocates said companies to change, surely. So I think here's the takeaway, right? I think this is like one of the things to keep in mind. Like, you know, what is the reason for all of this discussion and like all of this, what is the takeaway? And I think one takeaway is that gacha activism, I think, is ineffective, like all activism is in the, you know, consumer culture. But I don't necessarily think that Smack is doing a call to gacha activism. I think when it comes to, you know, I think the biggest takeaway is when it comes to when you're giving like feedback to companies, rather than reaching this point where you're just like screeching into the void, like, you know, you're doing this wrong, you're treating your fans wrong, and you should do this because it's better and it's nicer and it's more like player friendly, and you know, it would just be better if you did this. Like at that point, you essentially reach the point of like screeching into the void. I think the best thing to do is to recognize that giving feedback should exist as a compromise. So you need to know like what the company's goal is. So look at what they're doing, understand what their goal is with what it is they're doing. And then if you're going to get feedback, you should, you know, it should exist as a compromise that kind of like takes that into account, right? Because just telling a company like, you know, like you need to do better, you need to do better than this, is probably not going to work. And I think like what, you know, I don't know, I think what Fob is saying too is that companies also optimize for themselves based on, you know, the quality of their product and how much money they think they can make. They'll still optimize to try and make the most money possible. So can't really punish Gacha devs because you don't know how much it takes to actually run the servers. Streaming tomorrow too? Yeah, probably. Japan gachas never listened, especially to their global audience. TN gachas are hit or miss dependent on the company's history. So the idea of activism is very detached from reality of these games. TBH, I just think people want their gacha games to become full games. I don't know, I just think it's a very bleak philosophy if your takeaway is, you know, there's nothing you can do to change anything and the company's just going to do whatever they want and you have zero power. So just like, you know, either consume your slop or don't consume your slop, just like do whatever, but like nothing's ever going to change. Like, I feel like that's kind of a bleak philosophy. I mean, there might be some truth to it, but like, I think it's kind of bleak. But I think, I don't know, dude. I think it's better to understand that like, yo, maybe you're not going to like activism a game into changing something, but you know, if there's something that you do want to change in a game, if you can present it, like present a solution or present feedback that is like, you know, sympathetic or taking into account what the company's goal is, then maybe you could get something changed in the game that's like, you know, maybe makes it better, makes it a better game while not being like a, you know, you need to sacrifice your profit for my enjoyment, but like more of like a, you know, look, you could still make your profit over here, but you know, I think, you know, you could do this by doing this, like making this decision and it would make a better game. And so like, for example, is when ZZZ does its extraction mode, you know, you support the extraction mode and you kind of like are also giving positive feedback on that because, you know, you want that to be like a successful endeavor for ZZZ. So then like later on, you could tell other companies like, hey, like, I know you want to do this like roguelike-esque thing. Like, why don't you, instead of doing like box simulator roguelikes, why don't you do like an extraction mode? Because this game over here proved you could do it and like be very profitable doing it. You know, I feel like that's maybe the better approach. You know? Leave feedback. Most of the time they'll do whatever. I mean, sometimes, I don't know, dude, sometimes devs listen to feedback. Like, I think devs, from what I've heard, I mean, maybe like Chinese devs aren't going to be looking at like English Reddit forums, but devs will like, you know, browse social media and like see how people are talking about their game. So, doesn't Smilegate force to roll back changes? Oh, yeah. Well, KO Zero Nightmare has done some weird things. I think they rolled back some buffs at one point, and they also like changed the story because one of the male characters did something that pissed off a lot of people. So look at Doing That Abyss, the streamer stopped talking about the game. I think
Is this something that the underdog company's gonna do to try to like, you know,
bro, if we're gonna finish this, I need to put this in like 1.5 speed or something.
Get a piece of the pie, but they're not gonna be fighting for like the large lion's share of the pie. They're just fighting for their little slice, right? So until we see like Hoyoverse come out with a guarantee character, no 50-50, guarantee weapon ban, then I'd be like, whoa, hold up. Wait a second, what's going on here? Yeah, look at Duet Knight Abyss. You remember when the same exact fucking rhetoric was being spread by every content creator? It's like, this is an industry move. Here we go. Gacha games are learning. The developers are changing. The industry is shifting. What shifted, bro? What shifted, genuinely? Genuinely, what shifted? Duet Knight Abyss is dead. I don't think anything shifted. Nobody fucking changed. Like,
dude, I don't support dancing on the grave of Duet Knight Abyss, okay? I don't support that. Like, I feel like this is a little harsh, okay? Like, again, DNA might have removed the gacha system because, you know, the quality of their game wasn't there. But dude, even then, okay, like I said, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 existed in early access fucking Kickstarter mode for several years. Palworld had early access. There's lots of examples of games who have like early access. They're kind of supported during the like more rough times. And like, yeah, sometimes it'll take like several years, maybe. I mean, maybe the developers never realize like a better vision. Like there's also like, you don't hear about necessarily the failures as much because they're not as inspirational. We don't like play those games. They just kind of fade from public consciousness. So yeah, maybe they'll fail, but like, I don't know, dude. I mean, I'm not really a fan of like dancing on the grave. Like if a game has like attempted it, even if it was like their hand was forced by the quality of the game, I'm not really a fan of like dancing on the grave of these games. Like, bro, if that had happened for Baldur's Gate 3, we would have never gotten like one of the greatest video games known to mankind. Like, if like Baldur's Gate 3 went early access and everyone was just like, fucking like Doom post this game, shit game, don't go to this game shit, it's never gonna be good. Like, bro, we would have never gotten Baldur's Gate 3. And like now Larian's gonna keep making like, you know, they're gonna make Divinity Original Sin 3 and you know, we would get that whenever it comes out in 8 years. I don't know, but DNA is a good game. You still want to play it for security reasons. You could look into it yourself to make sure. I feel like I heard that it's kind of like fine now. They've like patched it, but I mean, look into it yourself if you want to like go back to it. But Duet Knight Abyss had potential. They fell on their head. Even with Epic 7 in the history of the, you mean the game's about to be 8 years course? You've seen devs and lead writers be spat on live streams from IRL broadcasts? Yeah, it's kind of depressing. Still a valiant effort in doing so. Infield survey suggesting future offline testing is kind of exciting. Wait, why is that exciting? What does that change? Epic 7 players have funded protesting outside the Smilegate HQ. I've literally seen player-funded airplanes shitting on the company for making meta worse and more toxic. Okay, that sounds goofy, but like at the end of the day, if it's like peaceful protests, I don't really have a problem with that. I mean, that's kind of just, you know, are you gonna like shit on people for peaceful protests, even if you think it's like for a silly cause? I mean, I feel like you can't get mad at peaceful protests or whatever. Like, get mad at the people who are like spitting on the developers and, you know, that sort of thing. But I'll never know if they're truly secure. I'm never taking the risk. Bro, you know what's funny is that, like, you know, when you talk about security, you actually kind of underestimate how vulnerable companies are. Like, most companies are getting like, don't they say that like a lot of high profile companies are getting like thousands upon thousands every single day of breach attempts into their systems? Especially like if you look at like, you know, you don't hear about it, but like, you know, there will literally be like hackers who hack into water plants and power grids and stuff. And then they'll like demand ransom. And then usually the government just like pays the ransom quietly and like doesn't make a big deal of it because they don't want like people to know that their system got infiltrated and, you know, that they had to pay a ransom. But like, I mean, security is something that Like, I feel bad for them because it wasn't like malicious on their part, but yeah, I feel bad for them. I don't know. They can maybe try and patch it, but you can swap DNA for Tower of Fantasy and the point remains. I don't know, dude. I'm not a fan of like dancing on the grave is all. I don't know.
Well, I'm saying, you know, this is the same old fucking rhetoric.
Like, I also don't really get. I don't know, man. This seems harsh to me. Does this seem harsh to anybody else? The way he's talking about this.
Anything shifted. Nobody fucking changed. Like, this is what I'm saying. You know, this is the same old fucking rhetoric. So like, listen. Until you see the top dogs change, until you see Hoyo, Kuro, fucking Griffline, fucking Nexon, all of these big names that are at the top, until you see them change, Psy Games. Psy Games is the biggest fucking reportable motherfuckers, by the way. They make fucking tons of money, and they have the worst gacha system. So you think Psy Games is ever changing? Fuck no. Why would they change, brother? They fuck.
Dancing on a game's grave and making fun of people who enjoy games annoying? I don't know.
At the worst gacha systems and fucking print money out here. Like, they're not changing. Ananta is the only hope, bro. Ananta's not even gacha, bro. Like,
because the first game to really make that
Ananta's
power move
straight up not even
was
gacha.
Neverness to
It's like
Everness,
gacha outfits
not
or
a
something.
PvP, and that's very important. Because Epic 7 and Summoner's War and Etheria Restart.
Here comes Neverness to Everness. I guess this was
guaranteed no 50/50s.
Big
that
deal.
Doesn't matter because they're PvP, and if they didn't make their game a guaranteed rate up, people would just quit them because who the hell wants to play a PvP?
Wait, what is it?
And not a PvP, and that's very important. Everness to Everness, not a PvP, and that's very important.
I asked for permission to post the Reddit link here. That was a funny time to see live. I don't know what you're talking about, but you can post it in the You can share it in the Discord. You can share it in the Discord. I don't know about in chat if it's the best place for it, but if you want to, I don't know if you're in the Discord, but if you're not, go to my Twitch page and then scroll down, and there's a button you can use to join the Discord. And that's how you join the Discord. Nope, you get the glory, so you get to enjoy the fall in my book. Holy, wait, what? Wait, what? Psy Games is one of the best characters in the gacha space. Psy Games is Uma Musume, right? Or do they make anything else? I think they do make other games, but yes, 300 Spark for 10 years. As an NTE player, it's really annoying to hear people try to ruin my fun just because they don't like NTE. If I were a government, I'd announce to the whole country that they had to increase taxes to pay ransom to the hacker over there. Okay, I feel like you're speed running a fucking public revolt if that's the case. Like people already pay taxes so that the government will handle that shit. You know what I mean? Like when you pay taxes, it's like you're kind of hoping the government, the government's supposed to run those facilities, you know. So I feel like you're speed running like a revolt. But go off, King. Go off. It's exciting because usually that kind of feedback collection is coming from either non-affiliated parties. Or they have mostly internal testing. Offline means they show the goods. Oh, okay. Okay. What you mean so we could get like leaks, like beta leaks? It's not that you shouldn't have hope to make games change, is that you should acknowledge which games are likely to ever change and whether simply accepting the truth is smarter. Dude, I think that's why I give more feedback during beta phases for games. And then once a game comes out, you kind of just determine whether you like the game enough and like the monetization, you make that decision for yourself. And, you know, then you just make that decision. Psy Games is Dragalia lost? Oh, okay. Princess Connect from Psy Games? I mean, if games like DNA get to be glazed for reasons, then it's only fair they also get reported on fairly on issues when they have things like hacks and such. I mean, yeah, I mean, they're reported for their hacks. Like, that's that, yeah, they are, but I don't think anyone's saying, like, don't report the hacks. Celebrating the downfall of any game's insensitive because there's always jobs at stake. Yeah, I mean, there's always jobs. There's also players that enjoy the game, you know, even if it's a small amount of people. And yeah, like, I mean, especially the jobs, like, that's something that I've become more sensitive to recently is, you know, like for DNA, like, I think there are a lot of people working on, again, this isn't like a Kuro funded by Tencent or a Hoyoverse, you know, kind of studio. This is just like, I think this was like really their first real game. They don't have that kind of backing, that kind of financial backing. I think the developers were like trying to make, you know, like, I think they seemed very passionate about making like a good game. And I don't know. I don't know. I'm just not gonna. Well, are you gonna wake up at 5 a.m. for 1.5 stream? Wait, is the 1.5 stream like coming soon, like within 24 hours? I haven't seen like an announcement for it. I don't think so, right? Like, yeah, like the Lino banner like just started. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think that's what Fob's doing here is like fucking that necessarily,
Epic 7
but
and Summoner's War and Etheria Restart, people will try and say those games have guaranteed no.
And the other thing is that I think it seems a little harsh is that, you know, like people want to have some hopium about like maybe like I think people were hopeful that DNA would be good and succeed like on the merits of being a good game because, you know, you want to see like that same kind of monetization philosophy carried forward. And you think like, oh, if this game succeeds, then maybe it would be. But you know, like I don't think there's like it's easy with hindsight to say that. It's easy to hindsight to be like, you know, it was silly to hope that things would change in this moment or that like things like it's obviously, you know, after the fact, but you don't really know like when it's happening.
50/50s, that doesn't matter because they're PvP, and if they didn't make their game a guaranteed rate up, people would just quit them because who the hell wants to play a PvP game where you're gambling on getting characters that are meta? Nobody wants to do that, not in a PvP game. But when a single player game comes along,
Feel bad for DNA because all this crazy stuff happened after they're trying to do something. Yeah. Rip to the jaws, but if they can't make any money because they made bad decisions, whether at the management or developer level, it's not really the consumer's fault. Yeah, I mean, you're not like, excuse me, like obligated to give them money or something, but excuse me.
and says we're doing no 50/50. We're not doing it. We're giving up on that. We'll get it or get our bag by various means such as cosmetics and such, but we are done with the 50/50 system. That is a huge power move by that particular developer that's also going to ripple and affect future gacha games and pre-existing gacha games.
Okay, but then like, isn't like Duet Night Abyss literally the insert name here like example of how this just did not pan out to anything?
And it's the first step to going in the right direction, truly, especially when you consider fragmentation and oversaturation, right? Now we're in a space where when a game starts to drop, the first thing people question is there a 50/50 system?
Dude, I hope so bad that Duet Night Abyss will like survive for the next 5 years. And then like 5 years from now, it's like literally like the realized vision of you know, anime Warframe. And like, bro, I would just be like the greatest thing ever. But how long did Warframe take for it to hit its like huge renaissance? Wasn't Warframe like almost dead at one point? Earlier on in development? Expect 1.5 live stream poster on August 18th? Okay. I think DNA should have come to console as well because there's much competition there other than Warframe. say this again. They just want a gacha game that's basically not a gacha game. I think what people think of is that, like, I love Zenless Zone Zero. I love Arknights Enfield, right? People maybe have like a fantasy where it's like, imagine a world where I'm playing Arknights Enfield and Zenless Zone Zero, and I can get like every single character and their weapon without spending money. And like, if you wanted to pull out the credit card for cosmetic, like, I think that's maybe what the hopium or the copium that people are envisioning. Because you like the games, like you like the games as they are, but I don't know. Is that accurate? Is that maybe what you think it is? What is Fob's hate boner for DNA, Lamau? I don't know.
People have become so overly sensitive to the 50-50 system that they won't even touch the game if it's a 50-50. If it's officially confirmed 50-50, oh, not playing it. Some people right now are jumping to conclusions on rumors, and it's not even confirmed yet by.
I don't think this is true. I feel like this is like I think Gacha Smack's coming from a position of a take as someone who's just played mainline gachas. Bro, Uma Musume literally came out like a year or so ago in global, and has been one of the most successful fucking gacha releases recently. And it's got fucking the most dog shit gacha system that the West has ever seen in modern times. And it went viral. That game fucking pumped. And that system is way worse than 50-50. And everybody jumped on that shit, okay? Like, that game has quite literally one of the worst gacha systems known to mankind in this day and age, okay? But everybody fucking plays it. I think this view is correct, like for a group of players, but not the majority. I think the majority would still play a game if its monetization system is still 50-50, as long as the game is good. If the game is fucking good, they'll still fucking try it. And if it's actually good, they'll still fucking play it. Because
we want free to play with no monetization and Genshin levels of budget. Getting every character happens in PGR, but nobody plays that, lol. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is a game that's pretty much a gacha without gacha. Didn't play it though. Can't you just buy that? Is that what you mean? Nobody's playing it? I thought a lot of people were playing it. I thought a lot of people were really into that. I think like Brax was into it. Meiji was into it. And then there's like Steam numbers or something. I thought it was pretty successful. Wait, my fucking mic just like crackled. Did that cause some feedback or something? I don't know what that was. Like it just like physically crackled in front of me. I don't know what just happened. I'm a Gotchsmack being proud that the first thing people ask is if games have a 50-50 is him just promoting harassment of the devs, because that's what those do. I mean, you think so? Promoting harassment of the devs? I don't know about that. You're saying that but I mean, are you saying that the people who ask for 50-50s are just harassing the devs?
As sad as it is to say, in 2026, 50-50 system is actually still one of the
Umagacha shit, but everything else is great, especially characters and story. Nothing Hoyo or Kuro can make something as close as story from Uma. Is the Uma story that awesome? Ume Musume. Did Fob just pretend that gacha gamers care about games being good?
the better systems out there.
Is there a problem there?
Guaranteed systems aren't plentiful, and the games that have it are pretty mid. And then the games that don't have 50-50 are some convoluted ass dog shit fucking Spark system. I'll die on this fucking hill. The only fucking good Spark system out there in modern times is Nikkei's. Any gacha game that has a Spark system that is not fucking like Nikkei's, it's shit, okay? Like, that is the best system. So, like, there are so many, like, dookie ass systems out there. The only thing that saves some of those systems is the amount of currency given away for free.
The 50-50 thing's more of a gamer psychological issue now rather than the actual mechanical problem. Look at its anime. Okay, the Uma anime is, yeah, I mean, it's pretty epic. Pretty freaking epic, if I may say, but is that representative of like the story in the game? Dude, I don't know, man. I think it's hard to call trends in the moment. Like, I mean, I think the way that people are looking at it is that, you know, like with Marvel, like with the MCU movies, right? Like at some point, we don't know exactly when, but at some point there will be this sort of like, you know, market fatigue or, you know, oversaturation or whatever you want to call it. And, you know, like when you have two gas stations on the same like street corner and one gas station like goes and puts their price, you know, 2 cents under the other gas station, like that's like, you may see something like that, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I think when there's like huge undercuts, I guess you could attribute that to like the game's quality and the developer confidence is not as high that it could compete. So yeah, I don't know. Like compare it more to the Wuthering Waves, you know, guaranteed weapon banner system. But even then, I feel like Wuthering Waves, the house still wins on that because they can just make they made like every other weapon kind of shit, for being honest, for the most part. Like 4 stars are like pretty unusable. So there's like a few good standard 5 stars. Stories are based on real horses. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. There's a market fatigue already with the MCU. I just feel like it has to happen. I mean, I think that's one, when I was giving feedback on my Silver Palace video, that's kind of one thing I focused on was like, you know, at some point, you know, we're playing the same exact end games over and over again, kind of doing the same, maybe exploration, open world exploration over and over again, the same box simulator roguelike over and over again. Like, as good as your game may be, I feel like at some point there's going to be a large enough of a event where people kind of look at that and they're like, you know, I've done that already. And what else you got? We don't really know until a game like flops, essentially, because they rely too heavily on that.
By some of those games, you know, that's why it's not as miserable. All right, but if those games decide to give a little bit less fucking currency, you'd fucking die. The biggest benefit of 50-50 is people know what to expect, and you have Arknet's Enfield. Snowbreak is the best one. Snowbreak's dead, man. Why is he not mentioning Arknet's Enfield Gacha and pull income, but only 50-50 of the other games? That's why I'm saying I don't know.
Wait, we got an Enfield warrior over here. Who is this?
If Gacha Smack knows a lot of the other systems outside of 50-50 and guarantee, the era of like fucking Summoner's War.
Endgame was their peak Sag. Yeah. Dude, apparently Spider-Man Brand New Day is like really good. Like the Spider-Man movies are really good, apparently. I haven't seen Brand New Day, but apparently it's like real. It's got the sauce.
Or an FGO having no pities, you know, fucking, you have GBF.
I couldn't follow the MCU talk, XD. Okay, just imagine like there's like a cultural phenomenon where like basically the studio can pump out these like mid-ass fucking movies. I'm talking like the most generic, formulaic fucking definition of mid film you can think of. And then it comes out and then just like, it just makes like a gajillion dollars. Like no matter what, unless you're Captain Marvel. But other than that, you just pump out whatever and it's just like printing money, no questions asked. And then all of a sudden, it's like you snapped your fingers and the fucking tap runs dry. Like nobody cares anymore. That was what happened after Endgame. Like for like 10 something years, it was just a money printer, just easy money. And then the tap just all of a sudden just ran dry. Like it was just over. Like the phenomenon was literally just over.
OG, GBF, that fucking system, fucking dookie ass. You literally are called like worst.
For a kids movie, Spider-Man was great. You need to watch it. Spider-Man was really good. I've heard it like dealt with some very, you know, like real things that you wouldn't normally see in a superhero movie. It was very like more ground. Like, Spider-Man's always been the more like grounded hero. That's why Spider-Man's usually been my favorite. He's more like grounded. He's more like dealing with like humanity rather than, you know, crazy existential stuff. Often closeted gambling addicts are the only ones that put their gacha system on the top of what they base their judgment of a game on, but somehow would rather play a gacha than a normal game. I would say, okay, I would say maybe there are people out there that, yeah, they focus too much on the gacha system. I think that one reason we have that impression is because I think there's like, you know, the slanderous propaganda, disinformation, I'll say disinformation spreading people out there who they focus on like the gacha system a lot. So we like hear the gacha system being used to slander like our favorite games. And then we think like, oh, these people just care about the gacha system. I mean, they don't really care about the gacha system. They're just looking for anything they can use to like slander the game. I think there is some wiggle room for someone who's like, you know, first of all, if you like a game, naturally, if you can acquire more characters and stuff in that game, you'd probably enjoy it more. So I kind of understand the idea of like, could you be like a more generous system, right? I think that's like kind of reasonable. That's just like a natural kind of desire. So imagine you're a Star Trek fan, and in the 90s, you get series after series and sometimes 3 at a time, and then everything else is shit forever. Same for Star Wars. Yeah, Star Wars, man. It's like sometimes it happens like, you know, like for MCU, I think Endgame was a very successful conclusion, but sometimes it happens where they just come out, like they're just kind of pumping out slop. Like what kind of happened with Star Wars. You know, the sequels just kind of like were not great. And kind of killed everyone's interest. Like with Game of Thrones season 8, you know, it was like a fucking worldwide phenomenon. Every time a new Game of Thrones episode came out, but then season 8 just like completely killed the IP for a lot of people. So Spider-Man movie is good. The only thing you watch in the MCU, yeah, same.
Name like worse things and slurs if you ever roll outside of fucking Flash Fest or fucking Leg Fest, and then you need to damn well make sure you have enough to pity or else you're not getting anything. Like it's a tourist normie take. I don't think it's a tourist take. I think it's just like a, I mean, this is what I'm saying. I think it's what he said in the beginning, right? This discussion is for people who don't know gacha pre-Genshin. Can we agree that most of the people who only know gacha post Genshin are pretty surface level gacha enjoyers? They play like 1 or 2 gachas at most, and they like just stick to really like mainline stuff. You know, they don't really delve any deeper. He's talking to those people, and I mean, I think Gacha Smack is also one of those people, which there's nothing wrong with being those people, but like, it makes it so that you're not as knowledgeable on the fucking worst shit on the planet.
The devs of Silver Palace, if there actually is a 50.
Post-COVID sounds like a historical term. I just remember Rexlant used to call certain CCs like what, COVID CCs? That's what you used to call them. Gacha CCs who only decide to play gacha post-COVID. He called them COVID CCs.
Or if it's Arknight's Infill, whatever. But people are so sensitive to it. Like, nope, I'm out. And I think this was the natural pathing of what has transpired in the gacha space, right? But getting back to NTE.
I think, sorry to pause again, but like, I think that there might be some validity to people saying that's just a vocal minority. Like every time you go to a freaking, you know, Silver Palace tweet or like YouTube post or whatever, or like go to a video, like on my video, you'll see like random people just commenting like, Silver Palace Gacha is terrible. I'm never trying this slop. And then they just like, I don't know if they were ever going to try it in the first place. I kind of question, you know, that if they were like someone who's like, oh yeah, like I'm super excited to try this game. It looks amazing. And then the gacha is just, you know, oh, but like the gacha is bad. I'm just not even going to play. I feel like if you genuinely thought the game looked good and wanted to play it, you would just try it and play it anyway. So I don't know. Maybe those people are just kind of coping. They're just kind of like looking for some cope excuse for why, you know, they can't play it just because they can't like spend any more money or they can't add another game to their roster.
The best thing that people can do by saying you don't want a 50-50 is support games with no 50-50s in the space. This is very common logic. It's not like you need a rocket science.
Yeah, but like, bro, I'm gonna be honest, chat. Just because you want to be like, yeah, do what's right, support non-50-50 games. Bro, don't fucking play a game just because it doesn't have a fucking 50-50 if the game's dog shit. Do it. I feel bad because I keep on fucking beating the dead horse that is Do It Night Abyss.
Yeah, it's kind of harsh to me, bro.
Night Abyss was that quintessential thing that I sat there and I literally had I think there were a bunch of clips of me fucking going around. I like of me like being so confused as to why the fuck all these CCs were like glazing the fuck out of Do It Night Abyss when like the base game, it's like I don't get it. Like everybody, like Do It Night Abyss about to release, nobody's talking about the gameplay, nobody's talking about how smooth the game feels to actually play, nothing like that. Everybody's just like monetization. Like
I was talking about the gameplay. I was talking about the whole like Warframe experience. I think a lot of people were talking about the like Warframe aspect of the gameplay. This feels a little anecdotal.
Bro, nobody plays a game because its monetization system's good. Like
it feels like there's some sort of like personal offense that was taken by a lot of people from the fact that DNA like kind of marketed itself as like completely free to play. You can get the characters for free. Like it feels because like they did that because it seemed like a good marketing thing to do, right? Like, okay, like people are used to this kind of game being a gacha game. And well, we have no gacha. You can just kind of play and grind to get the stuff. I don't know, bro. It seems like people took personal offense to that, you know? And like, yeah, like, I mean, I think obviously you're going to market that heavily. That's like a big thing to market. I think if you're doing that, I think you've earned the right to like market yourself as that. But I mean, I think also people were like plenty of like talking about the Warframe like grind aspect to it. I mean, I thought the game was like pretty fun to play. I don't play it anymore, but that was good. There's like something there, some potential there. Oh, so he's literally asking for people to quit every other game and just play NTE, I guess? Is that what you think is happening? Silver Palace, much bad face CCs popping up, just sad. I support a non-50-50 game. Nobody else plays my favorite. You're the NTE fan, right? Had an important work meeting for the past hour and a half. How much further are we getting into the 45-minute video? We're currently at 23 minutes. This is pretty good. This is good progress. This is good progress. If you had to choose between the two, you'd be better off just playing Warframe. But here's the thing, is that actually I wouldn't say that's an end-all be-all statement. That's not a definitive end-all be-all. Because, dude, Warframe is notoriously difficult to get into. Like, extremely hard for new players to get into Warframe. And like, if you want like kind of like a simpler version of that, like you really like this is like one of the things that attracted me and that I talked about a lot is that like I've tried like maybe 4 times to get into Warframe and I've kind of bounced off it every time, you know, so I'll put in like, you know, I'll put in a good decent amount of playtime. Like I get some enjoyment out of it, but I can never like stay long enough to like fully go to like everything. And I don't know, if you wanted something that was just like a more simplistic take on it, I mean, it sounds like weird to say that, but like Warframe is so complex that like a more simplistic take is like a good thing, you know? It's like a good selling point. So I don't know. I think I think there is a market for someone that enjoys that style of game and like progression system, but wants like an easy, like a more simple, like rolled back version of it, and can also like start from the beginning and kind of all that stuff. So I don't know, bro. I think what he's saying right now about DNA is kind of anecdotal. I think it's kind of like anecdotal. Volts, will you be our Silver Palace CC like with Arc Knight's Enfield? Will you be our hero? Don't worry, bro. I got you. Yo, pound it for me. I got you. Don't worry. Don't even worry about it.
Bro, if I feed you the most
Don't even
dog
sweat it.
shit fucking gameplay ever, but it's got guaranteed weapon and character, does that mean
I wouldn't say. I think he's talking hypothetically about a different game. Never
you're
mind.
gonna fucking want to play it? No, bro. Like, the game has to be fun first, and then the monetization system, okay? Like, it's game first.
Again, I just feel like this is kind of like taking what Smack is saying to an extreme, because I don't think Smack is saying, like, I think someone in chat said it. I genuinely did not interpret this as Smack saying, like, you know, like even if you hate NTE, like just strap yourself down to the fucking chair, get those fucking eye things to like strap your eyes open and just like force yourself to play NTE to make a difference, you know? And like, I don't think that's what was being said. I think it was more like, you know, treat NTE somewhat fairly when you speak about it, and you know, create an environment such that new players feel like, you know, somewhat encouraged to try it for themselves. And if they genuinely like it and become fans of the game, then like they will just naturally continue playing it. And if they don't, then like, you know, they will just bounce off of it. I feel like that's kind of like it's kind of like implied, because that's just how human behavior is, you know. And I feel like it's kind of being taken as, you know, you should just play worse games that are worse because of gacha activism. I kind of don't think that's what's being said. You think Mongol is pretty solid? Summer event was fun. That's cool. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Bro bounced off instead of bounced on. It's over. I'm notorious for bouncing on it. You're right. Can't even finish Enfield's 1.0 content. No wonder you can't stick with Warframe. Guys, I only have like 10 more chests to get in Wuling City. Okay. If Gacha Smack wants me to play NTE just because it has a good gacha system, I can't take anything he says serious anymore. Like, am I the one who's wrong with my interpretation? Because it seems like a ton of people are interpreting this as like, you know, he's saying like don't play other games and play NTE. I don't know, dude. I feel like I don't know if that's, I genuinely feel like Smack is saying ignore everything else that meets insert criteria here, followed by you need to do this, which you can argue is not the same thing, but is functionally the same. If you don't like NTE, don't play NTE. Just because the gacha is nice doesn't mean you have to play it if you don't like it. Yeah, I feel like that's... Smuck? Minor spelling error? Smack literally said that if you want better monetization, quit every game that has a 50-50 and play games without it. So it seems like he wants people to quit every other game and play NTE. Okay, hold on. Did he literally say that? Does he say that in a minute? Did he literally say quit every other game that has a 50-50 and play games without it? Wait, hold on.
Dude, fun, weapon, and character. Nobody plays a gacha. Don't see 50 as you
Rocket sign 50-50s, people to space, right? But getting back to NTE, the best thing that people can do by saying you don't want a 50-50 is support games with no 50-50s in the space. This is very common logic. It's not like you need a rocket science.
Yeah, but like, bro, I'm gonna be honest, chat.
I mean, now we're getting down to like the, you know, are we gonna look at like the fucking Greek root word of support to like what does support mean? You know.
Just because you want to be like, yeah, do what's right, doesn't have a fucking support non-50-50 games. Bro, I think Oakenvis wants to release. Nothing like that. Everybody's just like monetization system's good. Like, bro, if I feed you
Anecdotal, I was really excited for the Warframe gameplay aspect of DNA. Just
dog
saying.
shit fucking gameplay.
I was excited for that.
But it's got guaranteed weapon and first, and then the monetization system.
Are you friends with Smack IRL, by the way? No. Does it sound like I'm fucking bouncing on it? I'm sorry. I'm not like a Smack apologist, okay? I'm not a fucking Smack apologist. I'm just saying, I don't know, dude.
Okay, like it's game.
I mean, what you said is if you care about no 50-50, then support NTE. There's no way people interpreted Smack's sentence that way? I don't think Smack had anything specific in mind, but that can also be a problem. What does he mean? Everybody interprets for themselves?
First, dude, like the game has to be fun. All right, like come on, man. I don't think as many people care about the monetization system as much as the game being fun first. So they talked about monetization because they didn't have anything else positive to talk about.
I mean, I think, you know, again, I don't think that's a definite, like an end all be all statement. I think sometimes monetization systems can like influence the fun that you have. If it's about, you know, how many characters can you get free to play, how many characters you have to skip. Like sometimes it's more fun to get more characters. It's subjective. Like people are different when it comes to that.
That game. No, bro, it's legitimately, it was my biggest gripe with the Duet Night Abyss live stream. The final live stream before they released.
Boycott Casino A by supporting Casino B?
My biggest gripe was why aren't they talking about gameplay? Why aren't they talking about any game optimizations? Why aren't they talking about any changes they made since the last beta? They literally spent the entire live stream self-glazing themselves about how they're going full free to play. And it's like everything's obtainable for free. Like I don't play a game because things are free. I play a game because it's fun. I don't know why people have this delusion that people play games because of whatever makes their wallet feel better. No, people play games about whatever makes their fucking neurons activate, you know?
Degree to understand this.
I mean, I do think that sometimes monetization influences like the enjoyment. I don't know. It's a spectrum. It's a spectrum, obviously. So
phenomenon. If you doom post NTE, well, then you're also telling the developers, future gacha game developers, we don't care if
I don't know why Western communities keep thinking the issue is 50-50. The problem of Hoya system is a dog shit 0.
he paused in front of the most important sentence.
50-50.
I probably do it all the time, but
no, this is why I said multiple times that people need to understand in the gacha space, the 50-50 system is not the fucking is like in the bigger like landscape of gacha, the 50-50 system is not that.
Monetization can affect it, but after a certain point, it would not matter. Support your local casino over the company-owned mega casino. His point makes sense, but it's kind of enabling bad actors to get what they want. Wait, who are the bad actors?
Awful. It's just the other parts that are intertwined with the 50-50 system that can make it bad, right? But like 50, bro, I would take a 50-50 any fucking day over Uma Musume system.
Okay, let me see. I want to go back to
50-50 any polls, man. Gotcha. It's ridiculous. $100. It's on any other fucking gacha game. I would have way more than fucking 2 copies of a character. $100, like it was like $1,200.
He spent $1,200 on Tachyon.
2 copies of Tachyon. If I spent $1,200 on any other fucking gacha game, I would have way more than
Tachyon is pretty based, but
fucking 2 copies of a character. That's fucking ludicrous.
Okay, I'm gonna say this too, and I don't want to seem like I'm like being harsh, but just like to maybe like open up a perspective here is that I think if you're somebody who's like spending thousands of dollars on gacha games, I feel like maybe you might have a different perspective when it comes to like how much someone can care about a monetization system. Is that a crazy thing to say? Because I think like people that aren't out there spending like, I mean, that's just on one character. I mean, thousands upon thousands of dollars on gacha games. I mean, I feel like I just feel like you'd care less. Like, of course you're, you can say, oh, fuck the monetization, doesn't matter. It's all about the quality of the game. Yeah, because you have thousands of dollars to spend on the games, right? But if you're somebody who has like $5 a month to spend on the game, then like maybe you're actually thinking, how does this $5 per month, how much does it improve my experience here versus over there? Does that make sense? Is that like a crazy thing to say? Like, I'm not trying to be like harsh about it, but I just feel like that might be something worth considering, you know? Like I said, if you don't like 50/50s, don't give money to games with it and support games with guaranteed systems. He isn't claiming you should play NTE, saying you should be self-aware of what you support. I also think the word support NTE doesn't necessarily mean like drop your other games and play NTE. I think it can mean like just like in the spirit of supporting the game. Like I think this follow-up sentence, he cut off before this sentence and then he cut off in the middle of it. I don't know if he's going to get to it, but so he said you should support NTE, and then he said if you doom post NTE, then you're telling other gacha developers that they don't need to worry about their monetization. They can do it as bad as they want, and nobody's going to care, right? And I think what he's saying is like what I've been repeating several times is, you know, there's like a difference between doom posting a game or like creating an environment where people feel like encouraged to try a free-to-play game for themselves and then determine for themselves if they like it or not. And, you know, does that make sense? Haven't inhibited 1,000 in 6 years of GSSRs for FGO. Side games is the reason the pity system was mandated, by the way. I think there was a case in GBF where someone spent $10,000 and didn't get the thing. Yeah, that's insane. Not crazy. Looks like my $3,000 payment on FGO in the corner. No, I don't think I'm biased. Hit 1,000 on your first year of FGO, bro. I like when I was playing FGO more. I missed because I took a break and then I came back after the anniversary that just happened, so I didn't get to buy the GSSRs. I mean, if you're buying GSSRs, I think you're spending. Does it come out to like $45 a year or something like that? Or like $60 a year maybe? If you're buying every GSSR and then not buying anything else than that? It was for Nero Bride, you have to understand. Okay. Nero's pretty goated. Nero's pretty goated. I forgot the name of her show, but I mean I saw it. Fate something. Nero's pretty goated. So what are we supposed to interpret? Don't support there? He says don't support too.
No 50/50s in the space. This is very common.
$1,200 on any.
Considering how Fob said earlier, he was working a second job to afford his gacha games before streaming. I trust his take on monetization. Like, I don't think it's healthy to have to like work a second job to afford gacha pools. Like, I don't think he said that as like, I think he said that as like a, like, this is not good, right? Am I wrong on that? I'm pretty sure he didn't say that as like a, I think if you're having to work a second job, like if you're that, you know, stressed financially, I feel like that money from the second job should go towards like financial security, you know, if you're really doing that, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Is this just like, is it not like logical to kind of point out that someone who has the ability to spend thousands of dollars like on a single character from a single game might have like a different priority list when it comes to like monetization versus quality versus this or that, you know, like, you know, I'm not saying that he's necessarily wrong about how quality of the game matters. Just saying like that might affect your outlook on that, you know, like that subconscious calculus I was talking about, like that might affect that. Oh yeah, Fate Extra. Fate Extra was super deep. I liked Fate Extra. I think we all think that if your money from your first job is already being spent fully on gacha, it's already a problem by itself, even more than the second job part. Yeah. Pop's take on 50-50 being fine because there are worse systems holds little value as an argument to BH. I feel like it, you know, this is kind of what I mean when I was talking about like, there's so many like layers to this. Cause like, I don't think it's necessarily wrong to say the added perspective that like, okay, look, there are games with worse systems and people still play those because like the quality is good. I don't think it's wrong to point that out, but I don't think it necessarily like, I just don't think it's very applicable to like what Smack's overarching like thesis is, you know? I just don't see the connection as much. Like maybe, I don't know, hold on, I'm thinking. We'll circle back to that. Could be wrong on that. You're really enjoying the game is the next thing you think about monetization? Poor people count their pennies, yes. When you spend more, you think about the monetization more? You think so? I think if you're at the point where you're spending thousands of dollars for a character, then like, I think at that point, whether it's like $1,200 or $1,500 or $1,800, like isn't really affecting you. I think you're like so lost in the sauce at that point, provided you're, I mean, if you're like financially stable enough to afford that, then like no, but if you're not financially, you know, stable enough to warrant that, then I think you're so lost in the sauce that like you kind of like your mind has like lost the ability to understand the value of a dollar, right? So like if you don't have that kind of spending ability and you're like spending thousands of dollars, like you're already kind of lost. Like I think you would just keep swiping until you got the character because you're so fucking like enslaved at that point to the FOMO and like the system.
Other fucking gacha game, I would have way more than fucking 2 copies of a character. That's fucking ludicrous.
No 50-50s in the space. This is very common logic. It's not like you need a rocket science degree to understand this phenomenon. If you doom post NTE, well then you're also telling the developers, future gacha game developers, we don't.
What even is Smack's thesis? Hate 50-50? I think the thesis is that the thesis was it's an end of an era, right? So I think the thesis is that maybe he's predicting that we've reached this point of like market saturation where we've reached a point where now if games want to be considered as like being added to the daily roster or like replacing a game that's on someone's daily roster, then they need to like do something, right? They can't just like phone it in, you know, Genshin clone number 86, phone it in, make some bank, get their player base. They either need to like, again, call me a fence sitter, I feel like they're kind of both right. There either needs to be like a significant amount of quality or the monetization needs to incentivize somebody some way, you know? And I feel like that's more of like a statement on like how free markets work than just like gacha activism.
Care if you even put no 50-50 in your game, we're still going to doom post it. So why would I remove my 50-50? I mean, NTE did it. They still hated on.
And by the way, this statement about doom posting is something we talk about with Enfield, right? Where, you know, we've talked before about how, you know, if the Enfield developer of Hypergriff wants to try like ways to do new things, or if they want to try like new takes on endgame game modes, and then they're just getting doom posted, You know, like they come out with Echoes of War, which is like, you know, light years better than other kind of DPS check end games, but then they're just kind of doom posted anyway. Or if the game is like doom posted without any sort of clear direction of like what's wrong or what they're doing right or wrong, then you're kind of just punishing the developer for doing something good, right? So I feel like that's kind of, does that make sense? FGO taught me to hoard gacha currency and plan ahead a lot. Bro, with FGO, I am legitimately, I pull like once a year, and I'm looking at like, because you have the 2 years precognition. So I'm like looking ahead at 2 years of banners. Yeah, no, I'm set on that. So a game has to be either good or slop that gives more stuff for free, so nothing changes. Why is your conclusion that nothing changes? What do you mean? If Smack's gacha games were like reverse 999, who has 50-50, but the majority of the characters are in standard pool, would 50-50 be as bad as he views it? I think, again, I don't agree with like 50-50 is the boogeyman, right? I think there are ways to make the 50-50 like taste better. Like, I think what HSR and ZZZ have done, where they're adding like past characters into the 50-50 loss pool, and you can kind of like swap out the standards for them, like makes the 50-50 not as punishing. It doesn't feel as terrible. And if they're adding more characters every anniversary, then like, yeah, it's going to feel better. Right. I mean, Enfield has like the two limited characters, the previous 2 limited characters thrown into the loss pool that, you know, potentially you could lose to one of them. So like it feels better if you lose to one of them than a standard. You know, there are ways. Enfield got doom posted forever. They're doing fine. FGO Future Sight, yeah. Isn't there a word for it? Like isn't there like I don't know what Clairvoyance EX. Yeah, okay, somebody got it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. The Clairvoyance EX. Yeah. Yeah. Company changes course to slop because of backlash to a new different approach. I think it was always a ticking time bomb anyway.
Game, we're still going to doom post it. So why would I remove my 50-50? I mean, NTE did it. They still hated on the game. That's just...
Oh, see, this is what I'm saying. They're I think Gacha Smack and other people who are talking about this are losing. They're getting lost in the sauce. It's not about the game itself has to be fun. So, and I'm not saying NT is not fun. It is fun, but like, I'm sorry, dude. The most fun parts of NT is everything besides the fucking things that require your characters and combat. The most fun parts of NT is driving around, doing all the fucking minigame stuff. All the parts that actually require your gacha characters and fighting things with those said gacha characters are kind of whatever.
Let's just go proceed with the 50-50 because they're playing Wuthering Waves, they're playing Arknight's Infield, they're playing Genshin.
This is why
I wouldn't say he's getting lost in the sauce by saying that. Like, is there like a you know, logical breakdown for why that statement doesn't make sense? I mean, I guess, like, I don't know. I guess you could say that whether someone's like whether the players are doom posting or supporting something doesn't affect how companies do things anyway. I don't know, dude. It makes sense to, like, we made that case for like Enfield endgame design, where it's like, why would you doom post this if they're like taking steps in the right direction? You know? Market has always worked this way. People will play a gacha game either because it's good, even in spite of monetization, or because it's generous, even if it's a bad game. I mean, like, then you have FGO, which is like kind of a bad game and not generous, and people still play it. So, checkmate,
by the
atheists.
way, NTE should double down on their mini games and stuff, because bro, the hide and seek shit was fun. The racing stuff is fun. Okay, the Mario Kart thing they tried. It's very laggy and buggy, but like, you know, if they figure out the netcode, like all these other mini side game shit, they're fun. You know, I'm down for that stuff. No, the fuck it wasn't. What, the hide and seek? Okay, the only issue I had with hide and seek was that the people I was getting as seekers literally seemed like they were missing a frontal cortex. So it was like I was like playing hide and seek.
I think that's just the style of NTE. I disagree that a game is fun only when most of the activities are about combat. Yeah, I think NTE is like, I mean, this could be cope, but from the people that I talk to that currently enjoy NTE, like they will tell you that, you know, combat isn't really their focus and they're more like into everything else that the game is doing. So like if that, like, thing is like there could be like a legitimate market of like gacha players out there who that appeals to, you know?
Like a fucking blind dumb person, so I was just like confused. That's the only thing, but I think generally the hide and seek was fine.
Pack, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, all those games have 50-50s and they're making a heaping amount of money off of these guys. So clearly, getting rid of the 50-50 isn't the issue. You see where I'm going? Silver Palace is another game coming into the mainstream space and all eyes are on its gacha system. This is good. This is wonderful. Because what y'all are going to do is you're going to compare it to Neverness to Everness. That's what you should.
As much as I think, yes, there are people looking at the monetization for Silver Palace, and there's a lot of discussion going on about the gacha. At the end of the day, I think more people are interested in how the game plays and how the characters look. If the gameplay is really fucking good, the combat is really good, and the characters look fucking gorgeous, I think most people are willing to fucking give it a try, regardless of how the gacha system is, you know?
Should do. You compare it to the best market contender in the mainstream space, and that's Neverness to Everness.
She has a good story, so it's good from that perspective. Okay, yeah. Yeah. She has an IP gacha, they play under different rules. I think Fate is just way too powerful. Yeah. I mean, they design good like character splash art, so they're getting carried. I mean, they're carried pretty hard by that. Still have good character designs. Silver Palace is gonna be fine. I hope Silver Palace is gonna be fine.
For a free-to-play, consumer-friendly experience. By doing that, you are now forcing another mainstream space game to have to confine to that principle, because if they
someone that plays NTE, you like the chill combat. If you want to sweat, you can play PGR. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, yeah. I think also, you know, like the idea that you could play NTE alongside other games as well. So, you know, if you want to play NTE for the things it offers that like Genshin and Wu and stuff don't offer, then like people who enjoy those things could, you know, find enjoyment in that. I don't know. Like the thing is, I've said that like I've bounced off the game, but I'm trying to remain open to the fact that like I think there are people that like enjoy those things, you know, even if it's not like, of course, at the same like audience level as like Genshin or whatever. It's still like a sizable enough amount of people, I think.
Don't. It's going to be a massive market capture loss. And on top of that, just recently.
No, bro. Again, I think the biggest market capture gain that these games need to focus on is not monetization. It's making a good game, bro. Like, listen, like I feel like a lot of people and maybe even developers point at their monetization system as the reason they failed. Listen, 90% of the time your game fails.
All eyes are on the gacha system, and this is good, quote unquote. Sorry, but I can't take this serious. Not caring about the quality of the game, and only the gacha is so stupid. Okay. Again, I'm not trying to fucking be bouncing on it for like gacha smack, okay? But I just think, I don't think he said disregard the quality and only look at the gacha. I mean, it's a video of his is like 10 minutes long. He didn't like go into every single detail on it. Like, again, like my interpretation was like, you know, when he's saying like all eyes are on the gacha, like I don't think that I don't think he's saying that people are not concerned with the game's quality. You know, I think it's just a way of speaking like, okay, like people are you know, looking at the gacha, asking questions about the gacha. And like putting pressure on the company to like have a better gacha system or whatever. Like, am I being too charitable or are y'all being uncharitable? Answer honestly, no bias. I think the problem with Gacha Smack's video is that it's pushing that you should play a game for the gacha, and they'll always be off-putting. No way anybody chooses NTE over Silver Palace just because of gacha systems. Those are so different games. Yeah, that's a good point too. Truth Nuke. Kind of lost in how supporting NTE takes away from Genshin or War HSR. You love running the heist in NTE. 999 is pretty fun too. You're extremely charitable to Smack here. Just saying how you heard it. That's fine. I appreciate that. I appreciate the different perspectives and stuff. I appreciate that. I'm glad y'all are I'm glad y'all feel welcome to disagree in my chat room and not just kind of say whatever I'm saying. I appreciate that. People read between the lines here. Have you watched that Moist Critical video where he talks on the trend of hating video games as a whole? Definitely the same in the gacha space. I have not seen that, but what is he saying? Does he have like video game fatigue? Is that what he's saying? Like video games just aren't good anymore? I mean, bro, does he play Baldur's Gate 3 though? Has he played Baldur's Gate 3? I'll fucking buy him a copy of Baldur's Gate 3. Fan bases of these games kind of solidified and won't change because of something new. More likely if the game EOSs or goes to the shit in quality. Yeah, he didn't say disregard the other aspects of the game, but if all he talks about is the gacha, it's heavily implied that this is what matters the most. Wait, did I read this already? It's more like he's making it sound like all games have the same quality, and sure, maybe that's what he thinks. Maybe for him, all games have the same quality. Like an all else being equal kind of situation.
Because your game's ass, bro. I know that's like sounds mean as fuck, but like, bro, you're a developer. You've made a shit game. Like,
he's kind of saying that don't shit on the game because the quality is bad, just because it doesn't have a 50-50. It's a crazy thing to say. He's saying don't shit on the game because the quality is bad, just because it doesn't have a 50-50. But I think what if what's being said is like, you know, because like I don't know if he even said like NTE is good. Has he said NTE is good? I don't know, dog. Like maybe I don't know. You're being too charitable. If Smack wasn't clear enough, it's not our fault to fill in the blanks. Yeah, I'm not necessarily trying to fill in the blanks or be like this is what he meant. I'm just saying like that was like my interpretation. Or like, what's the kind of takeaway that we can get from it? I mean, that's fair. If yeah, he didn't explain himself well. Yeah. Maybe there's something to that. If the fact that like everybody is saying the same thing. Maybe there's something to that. I don't know. I don't know, man.
It's not your monetization fault. Like, sometimes it is. Sometimes there are games where the monetization ruins it, you know? Like, I think straight up, best example, Tribe 9. They fucking decided to shoot themselves like 5.
When did Smack's perspective become that he doesn't care about the game's quality, it only cares about the gacha? Smack's whole video is about how self-aware you should be of what you support. My actual critique isn't that he didn't say X, it's that what he did say was very I have a small sample size and have arrived at this conclusion, which has pissed off people with the more. It's fair, I guess. Yeah, it's not like we really have any like definitive data, I guess. So everyone's kind of like working on like their own vibes and predictions, I suppose. So here's one thing that someone can explain to me. Like, is there like a negative repercussion if maybe more people are encouraged to like try NTE and then end up playing NTE? Is it a fear that like, oh, maybe you know, in the future, Gacha developers will, instead of focusing on making a good game, they'll focus on making like slop with good monetization, and like all we'll get is slop in the future. Is like that is that like the fear, like the sort of, or like the negative repercussion from following this line of thought? I think if you're picking and choosing a gacha game to play based entirely on its monetization, you just have a gambling addiction, but it's something that can impact enjoyment long term. I think it's very nuanced, yeah. Yeah. It doesn't imply, people assume. That's worse if he's pushing for a game he doesn't even think is good. I actually hate the fact Smack's video exists because only 50-50 is just questionable. At best, Smack is talking like, sorry, at best, Smack is talking like the default opinion is that NTE is good in this context. But like, is it extreme to say that like maybe some people think that NTE is good? Like, look, as somebody who doesn't necessarily like NTE to like play it every day, I feel like, you know, it's not outside the realm of possibility that there are people that like just kind of enjoy playing it, like, and like think it's good and enjoy playing it. Like there are like, you know, there are gacha games like Wuthering Waves. I mean, I played Wuthering Waves for almost 2 years and then kind of bounced off it after a certain point. But, you know, I still understand there's like, it's like a high quality game that people really like. And I know, like if you're just doing the sniff test, like I get it. NTE at a sniff test, maybe not at the same quality, not even maybe, but like it's probably not at the same quality as like the big dogs, you know? I get that. I don't even think NTE is a bad game, but when he talks about not shitting on NTE, he's clearly referring to the quality because no one's shitting on the gacha. No, he was talking about people shitting on games for no reason and that they can't accept 7 out of 10 games exist, and these people will shit on them without ever playing them. He makes some other points also. Like, what if he's... okay. I mean, what if NTE's fine, it's not the poster child to rally behind? You want to push for change, you need as strong as candidate as possible? I mean, you know... I guess. I mean, Zenless had its, you know, those like rerun banners that are like 100% rate up with no 50-50. I mean, they actually put some pretty good characters on there too this time. So, I mean, last time they were pretty good too, but, you know, they put like Dylan and I think another meta character and Harumasa, RIP Harumasa. But, you know, like, I mean, they kind of do that. So they also are doing the thing with the like the 50-50 loss pool, like putting old characters in the 50-50 loss pool. And like, you know, HSR and ZZZ are doing character buffs. So like, is ZZZ our poster child, or is that what we're saying? I can support that. Can we get more ZZZ appreciation for the good things that ZZZ does? People seem to hear what they want, not what Smack is actually saying to BH. Nuance also leaves the room.
Times in the foot by for some reason making the fucking like gacha and the currency available so astronomically bad that they took a good game and literally...
ZZ is not a poster child either. Okay, who's the poster child? Oh, the answer is we don't have one right now. We have to wait. So what is the criteria for being a poster child? Yeah, I think it's good, but for real, I don't think Smack should be basing on his end-all be-all standards on monetization on it.
Amputated their own legs as soon as they released. And we're like, oh, well, I guess we'll just crawl with our arms. Like, shut the fuck up, man. What are you doing? So like a good game can get ruined by bad monetization. It happens. But like a good game with average monetization can do very fucking well. You don't need the world's greatest monetization system if your game is really fucking good. Because people will fucking play it regardless. What is Tribe 9? A cautionary tale for future gacha developers.
I mean, look, I mean, the thing is, here's what I was thinking just now. If ZZZ like does really good things, I mean, you can uplift like the good things that ZZ does, you know? Like I would like to even if there's maybe bad things also that kind of balance it out. I mean, I would still uplift for Enfield, for example. Like I'm kind of on the train of like, hey, Hypergriff, like it'd be really cool if you could do that thing with like the 50/50 loss pool, like adding some limited characters into the loss pool every anniversary. I feel like that'd be pretty cool. Like I can uplift that, or I can uplift like character buffs, or like the extraction mode, you know? Why do we need a poster child? Can we just pick and choose what different aspects of the game we like? Oh yeah, I guess we don't really need a poster. Like I'm kind of memeing with like the ZZ poster child, but yeah, you don't really need a poster child, I guess. Okay, so no 50/50, Big 4 equivalent polish, relevant content offerings to use your characters in. Okay. But the things you said about Genshin doing plus Smack's logic, then we should stop playing our games and go to Genshin since it's giving free characters, and we need to show we like that. Oh yeah, Dylan and Yuzaha are, yeah, top tier, yeah. It was Dylan and Yuzaha. So, okay, so, I mean, is the takeaway essentially that, like, hey, maybe our fucking grandchildren one day will enjoy better monetization and quality games? Like, I mean, not our grandchildren, but like, I think the takeaway might be that the market will just continue to move as market moves, and there's like really nothing anybody can do about it in the first place. You know? Is that
Chasing Collider Rider, another upcoming gacha game that's not PvP, that's important, just announced no 50/50.
Our grandchildren? I didn't say I was gonna have grandchildren with like everybody in chat, but like,
and they're adding
everyone's individual, separately related, like DNA mixed grandchildren.
Banners into the standard banner upon their banners expiring. This is again in the right direction. Another game, people just chasing Collider.
You know?
Chasing Collider Rider.
Okay, the Collider Rider thing.
PvP, that's important. Just announced.
I can understand a little more of that.
And they're adding limited banners into the standard banner upon their banners expiring. This is again in the right direction. Another game people need to support. It's important you support these games because that's how you.
No. Wrong. You know, maybe I sound like I'd be really bad for the industry, but bro, no, I'm sorry. I think supporting games just because they have the right monetization style does not fucking mean anything good.
We don't need a poster child, but if we can just go by pick and choose, then it'll be harder to nail down a general consensus. If we take a game you tried and wasn't for you and it suddenly did some good monetization change, do you consider you are now obligated to go try it again if that's the only change? No, but I think like I said, sometimes monetization informs gameplay. So like if like it changed the way you kind of like engage and play the game, then like maybe. I'm kind of devil's advocating all over you right now, but I understand what you're saying. That like, yeah, okay, okay. To be fair to what you're saying, like, yes, the quality of the game is important, right? Yes, like all else being equal, if like you had a game of a certain quality, and then, the price to play the game went from like $60 to like $10, then even if it's a terrible game, yeah, you wouldn't play it. Okay, yeah. Yeah. What game did you just mention? Yeah, Chasing Kaleido Rider, which I can kinda understand. Like, this is we're no longer really in the realm of like 3D action, big budget, like, gacha games anymore. We're kind of more in the realm of like 2D mobile gacha games, right? With Chasing Kaleido Rider.
Slop because it has good monetization means you're telling the devs, you guys could make fucking dog shit, but if your monetization's good, we'll play it. Like, fuck no, bro. Nobody's playing that. Only support the fucking games that are good. Okay.
Tell future developers.
Okay. I'm gonna say this, and this is gonna be really depressing because we've been here for 4 hours. So like, I'm not saying this was a waste of our 4 hours, but I kind of think that maybe the take is just like markets will move as markets move, and like, like the idea that like, oh, if you support slop, then because of good monetization, then developers will like make more slop. Like, I think that at the end of the day, both again, I'm fence sitting, but like both of these factors are kind of taken into account when somebody chooses to like play and spend money on a game. Like, if they feel like extremely ripped off, then they won't spend money on the game. But if the game is bad, they won't play it. And like, at the end of the day, the free market will move as it will. Like, bro, even like a fucking economist, like you go to an econ class and they'll like, and you'll do like a fucking 16-week semester in the econ class. And then on the last day, the professor will be like, by the way, everything you learned here is completely irrelevant in the real world. And this was all like, information that is relevant in, closed off market, like in a vacuum settings. I mean, like, maybe none of it even matters. Maybe nothing matters. Like, oh, there's only the void. And I don't know. You kind of agree with Fob on this one? So the opinion that cosmetics and gachas are only good if they're regularly available to buy and are earnable completely free to play? Definitely goes to say, to support a game, you'd have to play it, and if you don't like it, you'd quit. So it would just be short-term welfare for the game, but if the game isn't good, it will be a negative. Okay, I think the reason why, again, people were saying I was being charitable to Smack is because, like, I just think it's like very natural that people like, I think just because Smack's told somebody to do it, like, I think even like Smack's most diehard Meat Rider fan would not like spend their time playing a game they hate because they want to support a better monetization system, like even like the most like ardent Meat Riders among us would not do that, because that's just not like how consumer behavior works. So I never really took it as like a, support slop with good monetization because then you can get more slop. I mean, does that make sense? Or is it like, because Fob voiced the, the fear, I guess, that if we're like too charitable to shitty games, then they'll just keep pumping out shitty games. And also, I think that, I don't know, I mean, if you're a dev, wouldn't you rather like make a good game than maybe like executives would say, okay, like put less money into this and less time, just like funnel out slop and collect a paycheck? I mean, maybe like an executive would do that. So maybe it's not like outside the realm of possibility. Next version only works if entire game is on welfare forever. If you didn't like NT, you wouldn't play it just because of the 100% rate up. Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's not a theory, that's how companies work. Yeah, like they basically optimize for like lowest cost, highest profit. you know? Yeah. So MMOs died. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Cool. Understood. Word.
We don't want 50/50s in our games. But them on top of NTE doing this, not only is it going to put pressure on future gacha games, it's going to put pressure on pre-existing gacha games too. Because what's going to happen is people who are playing these current gacha games are going to go, hey, hold on now. Why aren't you guys doing this? Why couldn't y'all have added these limited characters into the standard banner? Why do you still have to do this 50/50? You're making plenty of money. This is an overall net positive for the gacha.
I think that will only happen if a really fucking good game comes out with a better monetization system than Hoyo and any of the big ones. Like a brand new one comes out, it's better than Genshin, better than ZZZ, better than Wuwa, and it has guaranteed character and weapon, and it's also taking a good share of the pop player base away. Then it's like, oh shit. Now the big dogs will be like, oh fuck, wait a second. Oh, okay. You know, but like, when's that gonna happen? We haven't seen it, you know? Like, as much as like you guys, some people here might be Wuwa haters, you can't deny that Wuwa was one of the few gacha games post Genshin that is not from Hoyo that is actually really successful. And there were many other games before Wuwa that tried to be, you know, the Genshin Tower.
What did it? How many games before Wuwa were like the Genshin killer or like the Genshin clone? I don't know. Yeah, I guess Genshin did have like several years head start, but I think it's also, you can't really underestimate again that Kuro had like Tencent backing, you know? Only Tower of Fantasy? Gacha players don't like change. It's going to do jack shit to existing gachas. Well, I mean, yeah, existing gachas aren't going to change. Although, like, you know, Genshin did add its capturing radiance in, like the 50/50 lost pity. They did add that in, like, after the game was out. And they changed their weapon banner. So, I don't know, they could. I guess. I don't think it's very likely, but I guess there's precedent.
You know, like the Genshin killer, the wow, we're the next best thing, and they were a fucking steamy pile of shit, okay? So, like, at the end of the day, Wuthering Waves is a really fucking good game. But can we see a game that's at the Wuthering Waves Genshin Hoyo tier that can also, that doesn't choose to do 50/50 character and the guarantee weapon? I don't know. I don't know if that'll happen. Did we watch the ZZ EP? Yeah, it was like the worst EP I've ever listened to in ZZ. Not gonna lie, the way I felt after losing 3 50/50 in a row in Arkness Enfield, even though I enjoyed the game, made me quit. So I guess something he says is making sense. Here's the thing. If that happens, I don't think you enjoy the
There's a small exception when it comes to more artistically inclined companies where they have a buffer for not optimizing profits for the sake of something they're passionate about. Dude, I do kind of feel like from what I've heard about actual developers who make the games, and I think this is kind of in line with human nature, right? Is that like if you're spending years of your life on a project, like you kind of genuinely want that project to be good. And for like the end product, you know, if you're making a game, you want that product to be like enjoyed by people and to bring joy to people. So I'm kind of of the opinion that, like, unless otherwise stated, like developers themselves generally like want to make the best game they can. So, you know, I like look at the Zenless thing, right? Like Zenless might appeal to a more niche audience because it's like, you know, more you know, more mature. And it's like, I guess, I don't know if the gameplay is more niche. I feel like the gameplay is really good, but like it's not, maybe it's not hitting. I don't know. We don't know about like PC and consoles revenue. Might be higher than like Genshin. We don't really know. But if you were to say that like maybe Zenless has lower revenue than Genshin, I mean, like I think it's kind of clear in some ways that it feels like Zenless is like a work of love, like a passion project for Hoyoverse. I don't know, man. the end of the day, are we at the mercy of these billion-dollar companies?
That's why I'm saying those motherfuckers who have 14 fucking 50-50 losses, they're still playing those fucking games, bro. And it's because they unironically really like the game.
Yeah, the devs want that, but the publishers / boss, etc. don't care for happiness, just money. Yeah. I think the thing is there will never be a game that will sway such a diverse group of players, so I don't think this is a likely scenario unless something like Nike, Fate, or some big IP comes along in 3D. Holy shit, a Fate? Wait, an open world Fate game? Oh my god. That might end the world, actually. That might like crash global economies. I'm not gonna lie. Imagine all those Arsenal tickets from losing so much, though. You're right. Silver lining. I like that. Glass half full, that guy. Only reason you play HSR for the story and the fact that you don't lose 50-50s ever. You actually would like to lose and get one of those standard characters. I think, dude, I think when I came back to HSR in 3.0, I had a streak of being extremely lucky on the gacha. And if I didn't have that, I probably would have dropped it shortly afterwards. I feel like there is some merit to this, like maybe it was just meant to be sort of thing. Fate open world? Wait a sec. Wait a second. Dang, dude.
You know? Like, we have Fobbits in here who have 14 50-50 losses in fucking Genshin, 10 50-50 losses in Wuha, and they still play the game. It's because they still really like it, you know? I feel like if you lose 3 times and you drop a game, that just means you didn't like it that much, you know? Also, Kizuna, let's be fair, you probably play other gachas. And
That's the CEOs are creative. I never give the benefit of the doubt. You never give the benefit of the doubt to the devs? They just started some of your best gacha luck and you dropped it anyway? I mean, it doesn't, if you're not enjoying the game, it kind of goes hand in hand with that, right? It goes hand in hand. Like if you're not enjoying the game, but you have great luck. But I think like, I did enjoy parts of the game. But if I like came in and lost 2 50-50s back to back, I probably would have just bounced off it again. Because I wouldn't have been able to like engage with endgame and stuff. Because like basically what happened is I came in and I got, it was very crucial. I don't even remember her name. The violin DOT character from Amphorius, and then I got, I don't remember this girl's name either. The Firefly dedicated support from Penacony, the last thing of Penacony, I don't remember their fucking names, dude. That's crazy. I usually remember all their names. But yeah, I basically got those two because those two were like you needed the violin DOT girl to revive the dot team, and you needed the Firefly support to revive the Firefly break team. And because I got those two characters, I could basically use those two teams again that I already had all the other parts for. So it like revived my ability to play the game. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll continue playing. But if I hadn't gotten those, I probably would have just been like, I can't use DOT anymore. I can't use Firefly anymore. I can't use any of this shit. I probably would have bounced off. So that was kind of big. Never have I ever dropped or played a gacha because of the gacha itself, which is also why I don't really care if they have 50-50s. Give me enough pools, and that's all you need. Oh yeah, Dahlia. Yeah, Dahlia and Hycillans. Yeah. Honkai Forgettable Rail. Guys, Currency Wars is kind of fun though. Can I say that? Will I get crucified for saying that?
you like a part of your mind was already like, I should probably drop some. Do I need to be playing Arknights Enfield on top of what I already play? Probably not. And like, so you're
the reason Nintendo games or Metal Gear games are so popular, nobody would care if the game is $120 since you know they'll be worth it. I mean, that's why GTA can charge $100 for GTA 6. And dude, honestly, I think it would have been better if they just, because they did this whole thing with like the $80 version and the $100 version, right? But like you kind of just need the $100 version. Like if you don't have the $100 version, it's like you're missing out on like basic stuff, aren't you? I mean, I feel like they could have just been like, oh, we're charging $100 for this. We worked on this game for like 10 years or something, you know, like we have to charge it. Like people would have just paid for it. It's just there's too much story to slog through in HSR. I am super behind on the story. I never finished Amphorius, and I'm like 3 patches behind in Plain Arcadia now, which is crazy. Maybe I'm 2 patches behind. I don't know.
Like subconsciously just looking for a reason to eventually drop it, and that was like probably the best time to drop it. Yeah, I did want to get into the
Currency Wars is popular, yeah.
Enfield though. I mean, listen, but like that's the thing, right? Like unless Enfield was gonna be your main game, if you dropped it after
Currency Wars is another game mode that does that. It, you know, it allows you to use all the characters, and like instead of balancing them around like how much you've pulled for their dupes and signature weapons, it's just balancing around like, you know, your performance like in the game, and like your team building and stuff in the game, or like in the actual match itself. So I feel like modes like that are always better.
50-50 losses, I think that just meant like, you know, it's like what I said earlier, bro. God told you to fuck off, and you should just fuck off. You know, it wasn't meant to be.
Space, and this is why I said this is potentially entering the end of an era, and that era is the 50-50 era. Now, do I think that Wuthering Waves and you know, Hoyoverse and current pre-existing market captures are going to die upon all of this happening? No, but it is going to take away and trickle away from their audience. There's going to be a lot of players that are going to stay because they're loyal and they have sunk cost fallacy and they just love the game so much, and that's okay. But there's going to be...
It's not. No, of all the games that are coming out that are actual gacha games, aka not Ananta, because Ananta's not a gacha game. Of all the games coming out recently that I feel like could actually give competition to Hoyo and Kuro, maybe Silver Palace, NTE. I think NTE, unfortunately, kind of just gonna be like the Tower of Fantasy, but better. It captured its little slice of the pie, and it's gonna keep that slice of the pie. But I don't think it's going to.
I think NTE like, could have some sauce. I'm not gonna lie. Somebody sent a graph in my Discord one time, I think, and it was a graph of like, well, it was like more like I think it was a Twitter post that had the graph, but anyway. It was looking at the amount of new hires that each company had made recently, and like the size of their overall like workforce. And I think it's not a coincidence that it was like, you know, number 1 was Hoyoverse, I think number 2 was Kuro Games, number 3 was Hypergriff, and then number 4 was the Silver Palace devs. So I don't know where these Silver Palace devs came from. I don't know what they've got, but they went on a hiring spree. So, and it was like those 4 were like far and away, like, and then like 5 was like way back, like way scaled back. So yeah, like those 4 were kind of like really like, you know, much higher in terms of like overall workforce. So, oh, they're from Singapore? Are you sure this isn't like you know, a Chinese company who like has a base in Singapore for like global production reasons, like distribution reasons or something? Silver Palace, the industry plant, bro. I don't know. I don't know where they came from. Apparently, they had like a separate, really successful game. It was like an Otome game or something, and it was actually really successful. But you know, they're doing something different now. And it's kind of like, I think it's like not even really connected to the same name. I think it was like Happy Elemental, and now they're calling themselves like Element A or Elementa or something. Something weird like that. Like they're kind of like they kind of like have disconnected themselves from their previous work. But anyway, that's to say, I do have like on that, if that's true and that's real news, I would say that I have some confidence in Silver Palace off of that as well. And just from, I guess, what we've seen so far. Didn't Tower Fantasy become an MMO a few months ago and removed its gacha? Yeah, apparently, right? Yeah, it was an MMO only server. People who didn't want to interact with the gacha. Okay. That's normal. It's not very obvious. Remember, all the content we enjoy, every patch has to come from somewhere, and that needs a lot of money and a lot of time, multiple teams. Yeah, I think, this is kind of something people have caught on to recently, or has become more common knowledge recently, is like the reason these Chinese companies are able to take on these like live service projects of this scale is because like there also is like a work culture of, working people pretty hard, I think. But there's also like working people hard for like less money, but it's kind of like happens in a lot of places. But also just like they're able to like invest this amount of money by hiring like huge amounts of people and having teams working in parallel on content. So like if Silver Palace is trying to do that, I mean, like more power to them. I hope it works out. But
droves of people are quitting Genshin, ZZZ, and WoA to play NT. Nah, I don't think so. NTE already consistently outperforms WoA on PlayStation. Same with Arknight's Enfield. I mean,
is that true?
Consistently outperforms WoA.
NTE outperforms WoA and Arknight's Enfield on PlayStation?
WoA on PlayStation. Same with Arknight's Enfield. I mean, if you say so, I guess. But like, I don't know.
That has a lot of unused talent, so new projects just need funding. Yeah.
More revenue than
3 for Enfield's kind of good. Yeah. I mean, they have Arknights and Enfield. I'm assuming like with Kuro and with Kuro and Hoyoverse, I'm assuming at some point there'll be like future projects that Hypergriff will announce.
ZZZ? Maybe, bro. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that's true, but like, I'm just talking about from my feel, right? Generally, like, I don't have always the right reads on things, but like, I have a usual like gut feeling when I feel like a game is gonna be like good, but like not a top contender. Obviously I was wrong as fuck about Honkai Star Rail, but that was just my turn-based hate boner speaking. But
we see how hard it is to know in the moment how trends are gonna go down. Like if he said that Honkai Star Rail was gonna flop or wasn't gonna be good. It's just really hard in the moment. It's not saying like, oh, you're dumb for not noticing that, but like it's super hard to analyze trends. Like it's easy with hindsight. It's really hard in the moment.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if people expected MCU to just basically flop giga hard after Endgame. Like a lot of people might have felt like Endgame did so well of a conclusion. They might have thought like this is only the beginning. Like there's gonna be 10 more years, But yeah, it's hard to tell. With Hoyo, it's known H-Star is the smallest team, and often members will rotate between the 3 Hoyo games for game development. Oh, okay, interesting. Playing WoA and PlayStation is playing on hell. Oh, really? Runs like doo-doo on PS5. Oh. I didn't know that. It will burn your PS5. Yo, what's up, Soup? Okay, that's not good. Yeah. Runs like shit on PlayStation. Okay, a lot of people are saying that. Bro, maybe the new patch update saves Wuthering Waves performance, though. Maybe the new patch like saves all the performance issues. Although I will say this, and like, okay, maybe I'm being a hater when I say this. I'm not trying to be, but one thing that makes me a little worried about those performance upgrades is they were showing like before and after, and they would go to like Star Torch Academy, and the before would say like 60 FPS. And I was like, I don't know if, I think the problem is that people weren't getting 60 FPS in Star Trek. Like, so it would be like before 60, after like 75, something like that, right? Or it was like, I don't know, 55 and like 70, some 75. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, I'm a little like, I'll trust it when the frames are like on my plate and I'm eating the frames. Like, I'll trust it, but it's not, I mean, we'll see one way or the other when the update drops, but I don't know. I think HG is doing anything currently. I think they want to first stabilize Enfield. Yeah, no time soon. Maybe in the next like few years, they might like greenlight something. People in the know with comics, new MCU is going to fall off. Oh, really? Never mind, I changed my mind. I just got Encore instead of Amit, and I'm uninstalling. Smack was right.
I know about the HSR take, okay?
I mean, I'm installing NTE right now.
Players who are playing and they're like, you know what, I'm out, man. These other games are just way more free to play friendly, way more accessible. And as I said before, I only have so much money in my wallet. I only have so much time for free time for playing video games. And me trying to keep up with this very expensive game.
I think the proper discussion that needs to be had here is not about gacha systems and stuff like that, or what games are coming out with doing 50-50 or not 50-50. I think the proper discussion is to talk about just the economics of just the day-to-day people nowadays. Bro, the economy's fucking shit. A lot of people, and studies have already shown it, that people are spending less and less money on just like fun shit anymore, you know, because they don't have that type of they don't
look at the chat, dude.
People are a little
look
bit
at the chat over here,
conservative with their money right now, you know. Entertainment funds are just not as
yeah
big.
This is true,
not
bro.
in China. You say that, but that's actually because of something else. China had a recent luxury crackdown where, like, in terms of basically China, basically the luxury sector in China crashed comparatively to the past, right? Like before.
I don't care about the FPS. It stutters like crazy and boils your PS5. The hot air coming out can be used for a sauna. Is it that bad? Is it like overclocking the PS5? The PS5, like, I mean, the PS5 should be able to run a mobile game. You know? HG's working on Sphere of Souls. It was known even before Enfield's release. What is that? Dude, one thing, now that he mentioned like economic, I'll kind of let him finish it. Because I'm very gracious, I'll let him finish his point and then I'll talk about this, but
or China was like spending obscene amounts of money on fucking luxury goods. Now it's like fucking shifted towards like digital shit, like fucking CS, Pokemon cards, stuff like that. And because of that shift, like China's like it's an anomaly. It's different. But like I'm talking about, like I feel like the other parts of the world, you know, like at least like here in America, etc. Like I feel like people definitely are spending less money on just entertainment, you know.
Well, I think people spending less money on entertainment is actually a reason that like free-to-play mobile games go up. Is that not like a trend that's been observed in the past? Like, because we've talked about this before, but you know, like everybody has a phone. Like most people have phones. So like, you know, you don't need to dedicate a portion of your spending to like a console or a PC. But since everyone has phones and like you're looking for a free game to play on your phone that you already have, people would gravitate towards like free-to-play mobile games, right?
Game where a big part of my enjoyment is character collection. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Why would I spend $150 to just acquire a character absent of their weapon when I can go to this game over?
Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to say is that, man, we're really getting into like the weeds of like looking at every possible angle on this. But what I was going to say is that like one reason, guys, that it can also be like, you know, a good idea to support smaller dev studios is because you start to get into the weeds on like, you know, monopolies, duopolies, where like Hoyo versus goal, this is what we said earlier. Hoyo versus goal is obviously to eventually make all these different games, right? That basically allows for like somebody who's you know, playing these video games to like only play Hoyoverse games. Like if they want turn-based, they got HSR. If they want open world, they got Genshin. If they want action combat, they got ZZZ. And then they got like Virus Bureau for like, you know, driving around in a city or whatever. They got, you know, this or that. They got like the, you know, realism graphic game. They got all this stuff, right? And, you know, just in terms of like, you know, the way the markets work, like competition is generally like healthier for consumers. And if we get to a point where, you know, I think it would be bad for the market if like there was like one or two studios that was making all the games and like every other game is genuinely shit. I know that doesn't mean like go play a shit game that isn't good, that you don't enjoy, but like the way, that's why kind of what I interpreted when he said like, you know, support this. It's not necessarily like go spend money on this and play this if you don't like it, but Like, don't like doom post this project, or don't like prey on the downfall of this project, because it's kind of like self-defeating as a consumer if like, you know, in 10 years, it's just like Hoyoverse and Kuro Games and they each have like 20 projects under development and like that's all you have, right? I think that's one thing maybe to be wary of, is that like too like, you know, like unrelatable or what? Do you guys not have phones? What was the only game that puts your PS5 in protection mode? That's crazy. That's insane. Hoyo's making an MMORPG too. Yeah. Hoyo's end goal was that ambitious SAO-like game. That's sadly a bit the case already in gacha space. How many companies are there, even that make quality stuff? You can count them on one hand. I mean, there are projects like, there's projects like Reverse 1999 that are like less ambitious in scope, you know? So I don't know, like maybe what will happen is like smaller dev teams and studios will have to make like less ambitious projects and then capture audiences, like smaller audiences, niche audiences in those. But I don't know, something to think about. Like, again, I don't think there's any amount of like, you know, logical, you should support this or that, or activism that will say like, I don't think you should try and convince people to like play a game they don't like for the sake of activism. I'm doing this with my fingers. But I don't know, like in the same way that it's kind of like not really good for like the tech monopolies, or like they're not really monopolies, but you know, there's basically like tech industry, the way it's been working for a while is that if there's like a new startup with any potential, they just like instantly get acquired. And this is like the culture in Silicon Valley. It's like, it's not really like make a company that does something. It's make a company that, you know, Google would have like, you know, a 1% chance of buying and then like sell out to Google basically. So I don't know. Not something we really have any control over, but maybe something interesting to think about.
Here and spend $75 and get the character and their weapon. You see what I'm saying? It's very common sense. At the end of the day, I think we are naturally going in that direction, but it's important that the consumer remains conscious of these games and the monetary incentives that they're doing. I think it's great that people
You know what else I thought of? You know what? Fuck it. This stream's almost 5 hours long. Let's just go into every point. Why not? So another thing that's interesting is this idea of like dollar store games, which is a phenomenon we talked about before on stream. But essentially, when you start to see like, you know, because Fall was talking about like economic stuff earlier too, like when you start to see this like hollowing of the middle class, essentially there's like, you know, there's no more middle class. There's just like really like, you know, high class and like low class. And so like, you know, people start shopping more at like the dollar store, like cheaper grocery stores and stuff like that. And there's like a version of that in video games, which is literally microtransactions. Like it's easier to drop like $5-10 on a skin than it is to spend like $60 on like a full game or whatever. Or like, you know, $30 on a DLC. So there could be like dollar store gacha games that are, you know, here's like your like super free to play friendly gacha game, but it's like terrible quality, but like, it's like, other games are like optimizing for like higher spenders. I don't know.
Silver Palace in future games in terms of whether they're doing 50/50s, so on and so forth.
Like cash grab 2D gachas in Japan, potentially.
This is not to say that they're a 50/50 system cannot.
I think this is all great and good, but I think the proper thing that we should all be really doing.
Wait, hold on. Do you see that?
Great and good, but
wait, hold on. Look at this.
I think the proper.
You see him gravitating towards that dislike button? That's his Freudian slip.
Thing.
You see that? Oh, caught. You see that Freudian slip? The mouse just so happened to hit the dislike button. A Freudian slip there.
What we should all be really doing is this, and this applies to me as well. We all stop playing these dog shit slop ass gacha games, you know, and at least played the better gacha games only, then maybe they'd stop fucking pumping. Maybe Korea will stop pumping their 15th iteration of the same dog shit fucking 3D model engine turn-based PvP game using the same old fucking asset flips that they've done 500 times. We need an era where these fucking pieces of shit stop existing. The fucking steaming piles of shits that just like line the fucking bottom of the fucking.
Okay, you know what he's saying right now?
The fucking steaming piles of shit that just like.
I actually have an interesting thing to say about this too. So like when he's talking about these like dog shit Korea games or whatever, there was something that I got exposed to in college because I was very like, you know, CS, you know, coding, programming adjacent. I took a lot of those classes, so I met a lot of those people. And like one of the things that I encountered that I didn't know was a thing was that this guy was basically saying that one thing you can do for like a major like cash grab is like develop a program that is like pretty simple that like even could already exist, right? And just tag on like a, you know, $5, like one-time $5 use for the program. And, you know, I think what he was making was like a fucking PDF viewer or some shit like that. Like some fucking dog water, like, you know, you can open and edit a PDF in this or something. And he was like, just sell it for like $15, like one-time purchase. And like, there will be a lot of people who would just kind of like impulse buy that. You know, they'll just come across it and they'll just like buy it. And then you got there $15 and, you know, you didn't have to like develop the next like Google or like Facebook, but you know, all you really need is for like, you know, 1,000 people to buy it. And then you made 15K or, you know, some weird stuff like that, you know? And so like maybe a lot of these games, it could be the sort of thing where it's like, oh, like we just throw like, let's just throw like 500K at a development team and like, maybe they'll make $1 million and then we made 500K. Like, yeah, like, and then the game will EOS. Like maybe, I don't know, like maybe that's like never going to go away. And that's not really a product of a culture of like slop games. That's just something that's like exists all the time. Is like people will be looking for their fucking, you know, people will be looking for their little cash grabs. Caught? Deserve Korean PvP game hate? Stop talking like we're in the same boat. I don't play them, little bro. Dang, I have to do that. I think it's like, I think it's because the idea is that if the cost is so low, then like when the guy I was talking to, it's like one guy who was like already really good at coding and he was just doing this. For him, it was literally like, I could literally put this in my portfolio as like, I could put this on my GitHub as like a proof of like, I can do this as like a personal project. But like, hey, fuck it. Like, I'm just going to throw it on the internet and put a price tag on it. And like for the rest of my life, if somebody just like clicks on this and buys it, like that's just passive income. Like kind of a crazy concept, but you know, it's kind of crazy, but who knows? Kind of like venture capitalist, but like for gacha games, like let's just fund like 100 dog shit gacha games, and maybe it'll cost us like, you know, it'll maybe cost us like 20 million, but like all we need to do is break 20 million on profit, and then, you know, that's money, right? So I don't know. Or like maybe one of them needs to like you only need like one, like look at this, right? Let him scroll up a little bit longer.
So people stop fucking.
Okay, he like scrolled back down.
People realize the pieces of shit stop existing. The fucking
like you only need one of them to hit like number 100 here, like 550K per month. I mean, that's a strategy, bro.
That just like line the fucking bottom of the fucking ocean here, okay? So people realize that there is not money to be made when you make a low effort piece of shit, okay? If you're gonna make a fucking game, make a decent one, all right? Stop fucking asset flipping some dog shit.
It's not that complicated. The people with money make the decision, and they just have a very low business savvy on this. They just have a very low business savvy on the gacha space.
Fucking turn-based game that fucking called.
Hey, that sounds like a great idea. Is that the Roblox money-making strat?
Soul or fucking, oh look, fucking speak of the devil, you know, like stop ass flipping these dog shit fucking turn-based PvP Korean games, okay? Just fucking make a good one. Like if Korea stopped making 15 dog shit turn-based PvP games and then took all the money to develop all 15 of those and put it into one decent one, oh my god, maybe there'd be a good one. Oh, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, or how about you go
Write that down.
train so you can land those shots a bit better. These motherfuckers just be like, I'm 400 pounds. I've got 0 athletic ability, but hey, you missed 100% of shots you don't take. Fuck it. No, motherfucker. Go practice a little bit, train, and then take some shots, okay? Stop fucking making dog shit while you have no fucking training, all right? Like, I swear to God, that's what gacha devs do nowadays. They're fucking like, 0 athletic ability, 0 training, don't know how to do anything, and they're like, vibe code with AI, acid flip, release. Oh, here we go. Like, that's literally what they do now, okay? Throwing shit at the wall,
look, I get behind,
definition of most
like when he puts it that way, I can definitely get
Any
behind,
of them made fucking money. And then when they make
I can definitely get behind the philosophy of like not supporting slop, okay? When he puts it that way, like, yeah, you can definitely get behind the philosophy of, like, don't support slop just because, like, it has a generous gacha system or whatever, I guess.
like, yo, let's go, here we go. You think cursing makes you sound smart because you do it a lot? No, motherfucker, cursing makes people sound stupider, bro. You think I think cursing makes me sound smart? No. Check this AI shit. No, bro, we're not even talking about. Listen. You can't convince me that a theory restart is not literally what I'm talking about too. By the way, have they gotten any better since their fucking last AI fucking nonsense?
Grandma said herbs carry warmth.
Let's see.
Okay. We're almost done with this. I try to get through the end. I have to use the bathroom really quick, though, and then maybe we'll try and finish this, and then, you know. Guys, I tried so hard to make it to the end of the video. I was trying so hard, but it's okay. We made it. Isn't that literally what they did with FGO? It started out as a piece of shit cash grab to make Type Moon some money, but people liked it too much and they had to commit. Truth nuke? Dude, I think FGO is like still a fucking cash grab. Like if they really wanted to, they could pump some money into that. Like they could just pump a little bit of money into that to maybe like increase the quality, but yeah.
What's her PV like?
Some folks are swimming in cash today, begging on the streets tomorrow. Man, these little drinks
It's
are
still
lit.
fucking.
Okay, yeah, so like, look, if Ethereum Restart is doing these AI trailers. I mean, this is trash, right? But
An AI
like this
slop.
is AI slop, right?
Bro. Oh my god. This is what I was saying, bro. You can't convince me a theory restart wasn't literally a pump and dump. I'm telling you a theory restart is a pump and dump. And people still bought into this shit and played the fuck out of it. Oh, no, it's a pump and dump.
Kind of like what Shift Up did with Stellar Blade. Can't fathom what Shift Up was thinking releasing AI slop. I was kind of out of the know on that. I heard about that, but I was kind of out of the know. Was it like a music video or something? Like what happened with that? Shift Up definitely tapping into the AI market. You need to tie your hands so you don't keep pressing the pause button.
It's literally a pump and dump, bro. Due diligence we have to do as players is to stop fucking buying into some dog shit fucking snake oil salesman that's releasing some piece of shit fucking gacha game.
Did he just use
snake oil
polychromes
salesman
to
that's releasing
refill his energy when he's got 13? Is he like rage baiting on purpose?
piece of shit fucking gacha game and playing it.
See, bro, this is not relatable. This is not relatable.
Say that as someone who also participates, and I need to also stop fucking falling for.
That's so bad. Yeah, that was Did a music video? Okay. Shift Up CO is like Omega in the AI slop train. I agree. That's why I didn't believe CCs when they were selling out on a theory of restart. I mean, I think it says something, you know, if the only people playing it, yeah, are sponsored. And the only time people mention it is when they're sponsored. I mean, yeah. Yeah. They did an AI music video when they could have just used the character model they already own. I saw one theory that it was like, you know, like a publicity stunt or something. Like they did it on purpose. Cause like what you're saying is they already own the model and they already have it. It wouldn't have been like, probably wouldn't have been like outside the realm of what they could do. Was it just like, oh, it's cheaper? I heard it was like maybe like a publicity stunt. Like let's trigger and get like some PR or something. It must be nice to use currency for refills.
Dog shit, low hanging fruit gachas and then spending money in them. All right. I know. I have that problem too. Okay. Bro, you literally do sponsors for half of them.
Is this the team, by the way? Suna, Zhao, and then Yao Guang? Wait, what was her nickname? I already forgot. It was Yao Guang, right? Whatever. I thought you used Dial In Suna, not this. Or maybe this is just for farming.
Disagree,
I don't know.
But can I ask you this? When I was sponsored for Do It Night Abyss and a theater restart, what did I do the moment
PvP gachas or a red flag? Yeah, I don't think I'll ever play a PvP gacha. Yeah, I don't think I ever will.
the sponsors were over? I'd always be like,
I guess Ume Musume is PvP, but I think it's kind of understood going in. The only people who are like competing, like for, you know, the high ranks are people that, you know, are maxing everything.
oh, I'd tell you guys my honest opinion on the games. Okay, I'd always tell you
Shungus,
guys.
best team for quicker farm. Okay, wait, he's doing it again.
Fucking slop. All right, I
fucking
do
guy.
the sponsor, and then I'd fucking tell you, don't do it. You're a sellout. Hey, listen, I get the bag, and I get to tell you guys the truth after. I don't see a problem with that. You know, I don't see a problem with that. JP Gachas can come up with some interesting stuff, but Gacha system so shit nobody wants to play. Yeah, JP, I will never understand. The issue with JP is the biggest.
This is a speedrunning strategy in Korean gacha games, by the way, to spend money to refill stamina, farm more, get more gear, get good gear faster than free to play because you farm more, dominate meta. Okay. Always question when someone advocates for a PvP gacha. I think a theory of restart. Yeah, I didn't really trust a theory of
issue with
restart.
JP is the JP player base does not care what the monetization is. It could literally just be Satan reincarnated, and they'd be like, "Oh, this gacha has a satanic gacha system. Well, sign me up. I'm a Satanist." Like that's literally JP players. Like, this is how they work. So what are your real thoughts on HNA?
Not related
I
to
actually think it could
subject
be
in
good.
discussion.
I actually think the one thing that really will save HNA is the creature collector, bro. Like even just now, I was only supposed to do an hour sponsor. My original plan was to hop off that shit immediately and fucking go do something else. But then I just started getting fucking addicted to just capturing shit. And I mean that's the thing.
You can always.
Right? It's the same reason we like
You
Power.
can always.
It's the same
Well,
reason we like Pokemon.
Can I pause this? See the Gacha CC PvP tribal fights if you need PvP. Oh, you just mean like oh yeah, you just mean like tribalist fights. Okay, like yeah, okay. I guess so, bro. I guess so.
There's just something about knowing there's creatures that you don't know.
Doing it again.
that
Is he
are
just doing
out-
this off repeat? Did you just spend like thousands of polychrome? How much money does Bob spend on ZZZ? It's gotta be like it's gonna be a lot, right?
And then there's
If we're just like pounding these polychrome refreshes,
shiny versions
just like pounding them, like knocking them back.
that you can run around and find. It's like, you don't like Power World? No. I liked Power World when I played it. I just don't want to play it again.
Don't ask questions. You don't want to know like the answer. Yeah, no.
Because it's the same shit, you know? I know there's a ton of new content, but like, I'm good. You can collect students in Blue Arc. I think that's where we wrap up for today, boys.
Oh man, dude.
Arknights.
Oh man. Wait, if I control Z in OBS, can I put my camera back to where it was? Okay, please don't break. Please don't break the stream. Please don't break the stream. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Wait. It did it. I think it did it. Nice. Too much? He has no budget? You haven't lived you haven't lived if you haven't tried your hardest to get your Uma to win champions meet at least once. That's the thing. I mean, Uma is fun. It's fun doing this. I honestly would still probably play Ume Musume on my phone if the dailies were faster. Camille story tomorrow? That's an idea. It's an idea. I could do that. Spends a shitload of money in gachas. Yeah. I kind of knew that, but stream was bad because there wasn't even HG glaze. Okay, bro, you got to go back in the VOD, but there was a pretty healthy amount of pretty healthy amount of glaze going on. There was a pretty healthy amount of glaze. Five-hour react, nice speedrun. Guys, that was pretty rough, wasn't it? That was pretty. I'm really surprised we made it through to the end. If I'm being frank. Like at times, I genuinely I don't know where the time even goes. Like at times, I really feel like I'm just like a black hole for time. I don't know how it takes that long, genuinely. It's not intentional when I do that. It's like not intentional at all. For a 44-minute video, I think it was okay. I think, so obviously I really can't, I'm not going to strip all of that down and do a YouTube video out of that. I don't know, it's an interesting topic. I might write a scripted video on it. And I think, you know, I think I maybe was exposed as, I'm glad we did it though. I'm glad we did the React live because I like definitely was exposed to some different perspectives and maybe like will be a bit more nuanced on it. You know where my mind feels heavy? Just lifting my eyes enough to see the blight spreading over the water. Oh, this was like before, wasn't it? That's deep. Melancholy Tianshi. Ume was fun for a solid 3 runs, then it was the same thing over and over again. It was pretty fun trying to get those perfect runs. Before you play, how was the Lino quest? You assume okay / average? It was... I would say it was good. It was good. I think, you know, I think where there were some cool things we were able to like extract or notice. Some of the things tied back to like the core themes of Enfield more than I suspected going into the idol quest, but there was actually some nice stuff in there. I see that stuff over there. So it was pretty cool. I think even if you maybe don't know much about idol culture or whatever, you could still go in with an open mind and maybe like you'll learn something about it. You'll like come out with maybe an appreciation or an understanding you didn't have before. Where'd that thing go now? Shame you didn't react to the Genizad react to this video instead. Could have been a 24-hour stream. Wait, did Genizad react to that video too? Should we run it back tomorrow, guys? Should we run this back tomorrow? Or no, was it a Genizad react to the fob video? So would it be like a 4-way react? Hold on. Now react to 170% power creep in Enfield? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that. I don't think I'm gonna be doing that, personally. Isn't that entire thing just propaganda? Is that not what happened? Is that not what it is? It's not like actually serious, is it? Am I supposed to make this jump right here? Yes. No way. Shit, are you serious? Bro, this is why I like... This right here is why I like... Can you get on that roof? I guess from there, probably. That's how you're supposed to do it. Oh. That was good. That was a good feeling. That was a dopamine injection right there. Gotta be a different kind of beast to consistently play Ume Musume. every reaction to that video just gives it more views and more reach with the algo. Yeah, I'm not really pushing that. He and his audience are being dead serious? Well, I don't know though. I don't know if they're being serious. Where the fuck is this power creep and Anfield even coming from, Lamel? I'm not keeping up with the wider Gacha slap CCs. Yeah, it's I think it's just like propaganda basically. You know, it pays the bills. Like I don't know, man. Like it's just more than obvious. There's not really an attempt at like any sort of actual discussion or look at anything. It's literally just slander propaganda agenda posting. And like your ability to like, you know, like it's like a sniff test, right? Like your ability to like see it and instantly kind of realize that is like a media literacy like pop quiz, you know? Like if you like can look at that and you're like, this is a trustworthy source and like this is good, like you, I don't know, I have a bridge to sell you, I guess. Discussion stopped a long time ago. Pay the bills and find the next target has been the MO for a good 2 years. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, bro, it's it's like not been too good. It has not been too good. Okay, this is kind of testing my patience. This is the same piece. Skip topic, hard close, don't tangent, don't humor it, ignore everything related. Yeah. Yeah, just don't give it oxygen, starve it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the play. Just like crash course, like do a Hank Green. It's just a crash course media literacy moment. It's not really... Wait, this has potential right here. Just kidding. It has to be like this, right? Aren't these supposed to be like symmetrical in some way? Like, why isn't this... The real power creep is right here, puzzles? I think I've already tried this, but... Bro, come on. Like, are you serious? I'm having a laugh. I could dislike a video without opening it. Here's a little like here's a little elite ball knowledge. Like disliking a video also counts as engagement and like technically is helpful for it, because all YouTube cares about is like viewership and engagement, and people are just as likely to be like rage baited by something they dislike as much as be motivated to click on something they like. They're actually probably more motivated by rage bait. So like the dislike button has no... Dude, what is going on here? The dislike button doesn't like actually do anything. If anything, it's helpful for the video. Enfield has power creep. Don't you see the towers and the gas? True. True. Streamer, your IQ? Is this like a infinite aura loss moment? Is this like is this bad for me? Is this like a pirate software? I worked at Blizzard for 7 years or whatever it was. Sort of moment going on here. Guys, it can't be me. Like this, the solution is obviously not like obvious. It's literally only this or like this. Right? If I do this doesn't work. All right, mods, let's just cut the last like 5 minutes from the VOD and make it so that was my first try. The goat? Thank you, thank you. Someone VIP that guy. Mods, can we VIP that guy? I think you're supposed to get this chest going from this way. I think what I really like, and something I didn't like that they did later on in other areas, was using invisible walls. Because I kind of, like, with a limited movement system, like very limited jumps and stuff, it's actually way more fun trying to like get into places you're not supposed to be and kind of like break the map. It's like way more fun trying to make like crazy jumps or like get your character to stick on some weird piece of geometry.
The smell of dirt.
A consistent streamer is not washed.
And
What I like to hear.
the enemy sent.
Love reaching unintended locations. Trying to optimize. Oh, optimizing zipline routes. Oh, that's pretty fun. I never tried to do it that way. Well, all right. All right, guys. Yeah, Swordvault Dale had it. Yeah, maybe that was it. All right, guys. Yo, thanks for tuning in today. Thanks for everyone who like watched and chatted and streamed. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate the discussion on the React video. You know, I'm glad that people were free to like disagree and whatnot. I appreciate that. I feel like maybe I learned some stuff as well that will go into like, if I end up making a video on it, we'll kind of go into the final product. Yeah, GG's. Thanks for watching. Thanks for lurking, chatting, tuning into my broadcast. I'm going to stream again tomorrow. I want to stream on like the weekends pretty consistently. So it'll probably be a stream tomorrow. Maybe we'll do like the survey and we'll figure out some stuff to do. But yeah. All right. Take care, everybody. See you next time. Bye-bye. See ya. Bye-bye.